Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears tonight as we get into UFOs, ET contact. Ron James from MUFON is here. He's got a brand new film called Accidental Truth. We are going to get into it big time tonight. Dirty Filth is here with another great cartoon, and let's get things going. We're going to have a great night. Let's say hello to all of you guys that are out there. We got Nightmare in the gold medal position, Sugar Britches with the silver, Race Fan taking home a bronze medal tonight. And yes, I am still working on the blurriness, guys. Cable guy Matt is working on it, which is kind of cool. Michael Morris, good to see you. Roy Boy, Raymond L, Dino Bravo, and Human Carl. Good to have you all here. Thank you, Human Carl, for your great service in the United States Air Force. We love all veterans here. You always have a safe home here in Spaced Out Radio's chat room. Kurt M, Lisa C, Dirty Filth, Space Tree, how you doing? Markham, nice to have you here. Hi, Donna and Kevin Whip. And Nikki in Seattle, nice to see you. Ozzy Sue is here. Ozzy Sue will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Desert Rat, Sandy B, and the lovely Kira, thank you for joining us. The Michael Leger. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you for coming on in. Les Paul Holland, good to have you back. Millennium, my man. Can't wait to see you in Vegas in a couple of weeks. Laura Lobbs. And who else do we have? Jenny, nice to have you here, my dear. Scrolling on down, we have TMI. And we have, let's see here, who is next? We have, well, the big Mr. Cowley. Welcome back to the show. Oh, Mr. Cowley loves his Spaced Out Radio. Jessica, Robert Lamoth, good to have you both here. Hi, Monica, Gizmo, good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. As we continue on with roll call, Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. Guy Calgary, how you doing, buddy? Guy will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. We have Deb from SAC, good to see you. And War Criminal, good to have you here. Matthew Gutka, thank you for coming on in. Roll call continues. Penman, nice to have you here. Digger Dog, Rob G from Social Dig, Skip Tamalu, Tim Mothman, Esmeralda, thank you all for coming on in. Paula Fost, welcome to SOR Chat. Pixie Lara, Emmy Tog, nice to see you. As we continue on with our roll call tonight, we also have in the chat room, let's take a look here, Welsh Hammer, good to see you again. Forrest Louie, hi, and thank you so much for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis, so thank you so much. And there's Ozzy, oi, oi to you. Bobby Farron, welcome to SOR Chat. Part 2. Trisha, happy birthday on the weekend, my dear. Peppa H, nice to see you. Evan Walters, I'm still pissed off, man, but that's okay. We're going to have a great show. My brother Eugene. Lucy Bell, it's been a while. Good to have you back. And who else do we have here? Mac Geek, Toe Tag, thank you for coming on in. Kathleen Hughes, thank you for joining us. Hi, Mike Bothwell, my fellow Canuck. And let's see, who else do we have going on here? We have Chedwin Manoli. Welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for joining us. Eva, good to see you. Amber Dawn Glover, welcome back. About time you made it to a live one. Thank you for joining us. And there's Ellison Singh. Welcome to SOR Chat. thank you for joining us. Eric Martin, nice to see you. Izzy Beth, welcome to SOR Chat. If you're new here, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and ring that bell because we are here 7 days a week for your listening entertainment. We're waiting for Bill WD-40 to jump into the Spreaker chat room to lube us up for tonight's show because you always want to go into a show nice and smooth. Linda Bennett, love, thank you for taking the time. JV, welcome to SOR Chat. And we are caught up for right now. Wow, Nancy Thames, nice to see you. And the super chat is open once again. Look, already we have a blob sighting. There's Blob getting ready for tonight's show. And of course, the story is open on our website, spacedoutradio.com. We're going to have a great show. Ron James from MUFON and his brand new movie, Accidental Truth, put out by 1091 Productions. Good friends. Hi, Mike Moriarty. How you doing, buddy? I know you're listening on in. Do me a favor, everyone. Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You'll find it on our website. All right, we got a great show for you tonight. From MUFON, Ron James is here. We're going to talk about his brand new film called Accidental Truth, all about aliens and UFOs. We're going to have a good one with him tonight. Then in hour number 3, we got a little bit of a change as among the missing, Steve Stockton is here for a spooky story for all of you guys. Then after that, UFO Talk, we have Tim Senor joining us with Matt Ford from the Good Trouble Show, who interviewed Senator Kirsten Gillibrand tonight about UFOs. Yeah, it's going to be great. All right, shall we get to it? I think we shall. Director Ron James has spent years researching and investigating the UFO phenomena. His research has uncovered groundbreaking content that we hope will intrigue the audience. Ron is a filmmaker, on-camera personality, writer, editor, researcher, content creator, and entrepreneur. He is also the director of media relations for MUFON. James is the co-founder of MUFON Television, an online TV channel boasting the world's largest collection of commercial-free UFO-related material. He has created 7 feature-length documentaries and dozens of original independent series episodes. His newest film, Accidental Truth, came out in March, courtesy of 1091 Productions, and that's what we're going to get into tonight with him. So let us say hello, Ron James. I met you in Denver last year at the MUFON Symposium, which was absolutely fantastic, and it's so good to have you for the first time on Spaced Out Radio. How you doing?
Great, Dave. Thank you. The movie actually only came out a few days ago. It came out on April 18th.
Oh, excellent. Are you excited about it?
Yeah, I mean, now it's my part is done, except for doing appearances like this and trying to promote it however I can. But it's out of my hands and into the world, so to speak.
Well, we're going to get heavy into the movie here in the next half hour, but I want to learn a little bit about you, my friend, because you have an important job as director of media relations for MUFON, and there's a lot of UFO stuff going on. But let's focus on you for a second here. How did you get into this field? What made UFOs really spark your interest? Because you have worked with so many different musical groups, including my favorite, Guns N' Roses, who I will be seeing in Vancouver October 16th for the 8th time. And you know what? Our music is done by Ron Bumblefoot Thal, formerly of Guns N' Roses, who was replaced by Slash in the reunion. So, I mean, there's a lot of tie-in here, man. How did you go from rocking it out to ufology?
Well, I've always been, as a kid, interested in this kind of topic. And then when I got into video production, I just really wanted to kind of explore questions instead of walking around, shooting hurricanes and spring break in Florida. So I got hired actually to live stream one of Steve Bassett's X conferences back in 2007. And that was at that conference, I realized that we're dealing with a huge, huge deception. Obviously, we all know it. But I just wanted to see if I could do something about it. And so over the years, I've done a lot of UFO related programming, but Accidental Truth is like the culmination of literally 15 years worth of work.
And thank you to Roger in our chat room for saying today is also the 113th birthday, or what would have been, for J. Allen Hynek.
Wow.
That is kind of memorable. And just for the record, his son, Paul, is not funny. Great guy, not funny. I always have to.
Did you have him on?
Well, I don't know if you remember in Denver, where halfway through my presentation, I actually stopped it and Paul was in the stands, and I had to, put a picture up of Paul on the screen and said, this is just a reminder that Paul isn't funny. That actually started at UFOCon in San Francisco a few months previous, where Paul and I were both talking and having some fun there. So it's all in spirits, that's for sure.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, Paul's in the film. I'm going to have to send him a happy birthday dad text, talking about Dr. Hynek and how he was, at the end of Blue Book, just completely disillusioned with everything about the whole program and what BS it was.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get back to you here for a second. Thank you, Roger, for posting that in our chat room. But for you, were you someone who had ever seen a UFO, or was this just because of what happened with Steve Bassett, it just blew your mind enough where you had to make a commitment?
Well, I've just always been into exploring the unknown, even before I was a filmmaker. And I've not really had, that I can recall, any kind of major close encounter. I've had some weird stuff happen in ghost hunting environments because I've made 3 ghost hunting documentaries. But as far as UFOs, no, I've never really seen anything that was so compelling that I think it was an alien craft. And I certainly don't remember being taken on board any ships although it could have happened. I just don't remember. But no, my interest is strictly from a journalistic standpoint. And I think that's probably why I haven't had any of these kind of experiences, because for whatever purpose I'm here to serve, it would not be served by having my perceptions forever changed by something that happened to me.
Well, Ron, there are some of us journalists there who didn't have that choice. And all of a sudden, one day, the aliens just show up and start taking you. I could think of a better way to spend my 40s now that
well, it's like Travis Walton was here not too long ago. We were out by my campfire in my yard, and somebody said, "Gosh, I wish something like that would happen to me." And Travis is like, "Oh, really? You should have been there." It's not like anybody that thinks that they want something like that to happen to them, they will likely change their mind, even if it's not a bad encounter.
Do you think that the public, who has interest in this subject, really knows the ramifications of what it's like to be taken if they've never have? Do you think they could really understand?
No. And the MUFON has a huge experiencer resource team. And so we deal with these people all the time. And what really happens to someone once they have an experience, it changes them forever. And there's nothing that you can say to them that's going to convince them that what happened to them did not happen. And I don't envy anybody. And I'm not saying that these are bad encounters, but they're life-changing encounters that you can't just go talk to somebody at the grocery store about. And I can't remember how many times I'd be like speaking at a symposium or something, or at the MUFON booth, like at Alien Con, and people would walk up to me, and a lot of them have this same kind of air about them. Their eyes are furtive, and you can tell they want to tell you something, but they're afraid to. And I just think that's really, really sad. And I think that, Accidental Truth is actually bringing some scientific research into the experiencer phenomenon, something having to do with the human brain. And I think that it's only a matter of time until this phenomenon gets some credibility, and these people don't have to feel like they're crazy or their friends are going to think they're crazy. The stigma that's still attached to it it's undeserved. And the other thing is it's happening to more and more people. They're estimating as many as 1 out of 20 is a legitimate experiencer of some kind of interaction.
Why do you think that the public, the media, etc., still has such a tough time swallowing this topic as being real, when more and more people are getting confident as the years go by here in telling their story? And they're not people looking for 15 minutes of fame. These are people who just want answers, Ron.
It's true. But, I think one of the reasons is that there are so many different people out there espousing so many different things and calling them fact. And the public doesn't really have anything that's consistent that they can digest, that they can wrap their head around. I have this thing, a little standard that I use. I call it the Midwest bar test. And the movies that I just made, I think, passes the Midwest bar test in that it's fact based, and it's got a really good chain of evidence behind it, and we're not making any wild speculations. But the Midwest bar test is kind of like, you go into a bar in the Midwest, salt of the earth people, average run of the mill suburban Americans, rural Americans, doesn't matter. And the subject of UFOs comes up, and they say, well, what do you think about UFOs? And you tell them, well, there's a good evidence that we've been interacted with by some kind of alternative intelligence for as far back as history. And they're all nodding, yeah, sure, I get that. That's probably true. I think that might be true. And then you tell them, and there's a really good case that the government knows a lot more than they're ever telling us, and pretty much everybody in that room is in agreement. And then you say, in the idea that there's not some sort of life in outer space, or maybe even interdimensional, or any variety of life forms, most scientists will agree that's probably true. So far you've passed the Midwest bar test. Means the average person that doesn't know much about the topic, you've got him to sign on. He's on your side. You've got his attention. But then as soon as you say something like, I was taken out of my body when I was 10 and turned into a 30-year-old and went to a foreign planet and fought giant spiders, came back on a space-bound submarine, landed back in my bed the same night. And now one person's holding you, the other person's hitting you in the stomach, and they're all dragging you out the door. So you failed the Midwest bar test. So basically, it's like, we need to have a story that's being told to the public that is consistent and passes muster with your average logical person that isn't paying that much attention, because there's still too many people out there telling too many stories, too much sensationalism with no real evidence. That I'm not saying that what they're saying isn't true. I'm just saying that we don't have a shred of proof for most of it, and it's time to chill and start delivering to the public a message they can consume, so we can quit blaming the public for not wrapping their heads around this topic in any kind of practical way. Does that make sense?
I think it makes total sense. We do have to try and figure that out, but you got to weed through the sensationalism, just like anything, whether it's sports, whether it's basket weaving, whether it's politics. You have to be able to, sort through the BS before.
Well, that's where we lose our audience. There's a huge audience for some of these things, but they're still wearing the lunatic fringe hat in the eyes of the majority of people. So, there might be gigantic crowds of people that are absorbing this media and even believing it, but they're still they're still minimal, and they're still believing things that your average person can't grok.
No, and I get that. I totally get that. For you, though, as someone who has seen the insides of MUFON and seen a lot of these cases that people are going through, do you ever read or look over some of these cases, Ron, and just shake your head and just say, my God, I cannot believe someone has experienced that?
Well, it's very interesting. We have a very extensive testing process where we can pretty much tell if somebody's just making something up, or if there's some kind of mental situation going on with them. Most of the people that are making these kind of reports are not having that. And what's even scarier is that a lot of these these claims are so similar that it's hard to dismiss. And so, you've got the real extreme cases where there's things going on, memorization of medical experiments, that kind of thing. Then you have different kind of cases where people just recall being in the presence of these beings and being told things and being shown things, and all elements of stuff in between. And yeah, some of the more frightening stories are absolutely terrifying.
What's one that really rocked you?
Well, it's all of the stories about the experiments, and then later on, it's stories about people that that they come back with implants. They feel like they're taken all the time. I have a personal friend that the night of the Phoenix Lights, him and his wife were driving in northern Arizona by the Grand Canyon, and they saw the Phoenix Lights, and they experienced missing time that night. And ever since then, this thing happens to them that they call buzzed, where they will know that they're taken aboard a ship at night. It's like they're following them and they're tracking them, and they're taking them up every once in a while and checking on them. And one of the members of this couple works for a top secret defense contractor building secret government satellites. She's no slouch, and she's got a very, very credible position in work. And they tell the same story together. And then when they have these post experiences, it happens to both of them, and they'll like wake up in the morning. It happened, didn't it? Yeah. And it's just like, and sometimes they'll see each other during the experience. So that's one of the ones that really strikes me, not only because it's an interesting story affecting multiple witnesses, but because I know the people personally.
And when you can feel that heartfelt emotion that someone is going through, whether it's their first UFO sighting or whether they are being taken, you can tell when someone is being truthful. You can tell when someone is nervous about telling their story. They don't feel right about it. They don't want this to happen. And one thing I try and tell my audience, or when I go on different radio shows or podcasts or whatever, nobody asks for this. It just
Nobody
happens.
asks for it. Yeah, it's totally true. And in all of the people I've had that come up to me, and there is a very similar mannerism. Like I said, they've all got this kind of air about them. Almost all of them. Nobody walks up skipping and jumping and lands in front of you and say, "Hi, I had this experience last night." They're all very meek about it, and you can tell they're affected about it. And in all the personal people that have come up and tried to communicate to me that they were experiencers, or that they, a lot of them are like, they want to know about what MUFON can provide. And I can just tell by their manners that they're experiencers. I don't think there's ever been more than once or twice when I've been of the impression that somebody was just flat out lying. I don't think it's very rarely, maybe even if ever happened.
No, and what do you say though about the critics out there who think that all of these anecdotal stories are made up? There's no proof, there's no evidence. We got to stop listening to people. We have had scientists say this recently. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of Arrow, said we don't need the public's help regarding these stories. Okay, yet on the flip side, Dr. Gary Nolan seems to be really piping up lately, saying we need these stories to figure out where we need to head next. I mean, where do we find the balance between the skeptics and those who are trying to find out what's going on?
Well, in my opinion, this new program that they just started, that they had the hearings about, is just another compartment inside of compartments being headed by a guy that's never been read into much of anything. And it's really sad. It's just like they put him in a box. They said, okay, pretend like you're doing this. Here's some stuff to study. He's being sidetracked. He's never been pulled into a room and shown any kind of significant evidence by anybody who knows about it. And so, although he's a very credible scientist and probably a very honest guy, he just doesn't know. And what do you do about that?
Well, I mean, it always makes me wonder, well, how do they not know? If they're in a position like that, how can they sit there and play a little bit arrogant or obtuse on this subject?
I think that there's actually very, very few people that know much of anything, honestly. And I think the institutional memory is making those people less and less and less. And so you have, and it was compartmentalized and split a long time ago. Somebody might have got a piece of a crash debris from here or a piece of technology from there, but very, very few people knew the whole picture. And the military has no problem destroying evidence that should be historically significant. They'll destroy it. They don't care. And so I think that we're getting to the point where they're passing this new narrative on us. And accidental truth is all about going in and saying, wait a minute, you cannot say nothing happened between Blue Book and the beginning of the Bigelow Elizondo programs. You just can't say that, but they are. And, the whole film is really about, well, not only were there things going on, but we can prove there were things going on. We've run across some of the people who ran some of these programs, and we're able to point at what they discovered. And it's all legit evidence that we present.
I want to ask you with 3 minutes to go before we go to break at the bottom of the hour. Ron James is here. He's got a new movie called Accidental Truth, which we'll get to in the next 30 minutes. But Ron, I mean, you look at everything that's gone on publicly with ufology these days, the press, the coverage, the news stories. I mean, this is a topic that there seems to be something new coming out each and every time or each and every week. Do you ever get to the point where you hear these stories and you're listening to the evidence that's coming on and you're like, man, is the mainstream media ever missing the point here?
Yeah. I mean, Ralph Blumenthal is in the movie, and I have a lot of respect for him as a journalist, but he doesn't think there was anything organized about the 2017 rollout of information. And I think that that's kind of silly, because there's very, very strong evidence that's not the case, that this thing was planned from the beginning. And I think, the mainstream media, Danny Sheehan is in the movie talking about how the mainstream media is compliant, and he would know because he was an attorney for the New York Times. So yeah, we have a compliant media that for the most part is going to tell people whatever they're told to tell them. And that's largely what we see in any variety of topics.
Are you surprised, though, that the media just hasn't grabbed a hold of this story and ran with it, considering there's so much information going on right now? And if it wasn't for the UFO public and podcasts and YouTube channels and radio shows like this one, the story really wouldn't be getting out there.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think that there's things that they're going to allow us to know because they're running out of choices to keep it a secret. There's things they don't want us to know, and there's a certain group of people that are managing this from the same level that tells the press what to do, from the same level that distributes information through manipulated forms of outlets. And so, yeah, it's all still being run.
I can see your frustration in that. I can hear it. It's like, come on, guys. The story is right there. Grab it. Do your job as a journalist.
Anybody out there that watches Accidental Truth, if these guys had any breathing room left, it's gone. And it frustrates me. Well, it's always frustrated me. It's why I made the movie. But at the end of the day, it's very frustrating that that this can be controlled the way it is. And it's not just, the ET question. This whole system of control that's been put in place it's obvious through this, but it's happening in a lot of other things too. And so, it's just a sad situation. I was really surprised that the movie made it to release. There were times when I thought it was never going to see the light of day, and there were times I thought I was going to get killed.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
Let's talk about that when we return, because I mean, if you're getting into those type of fears, you literally must have been pushing the envelope on a lot of things that maybe certain people didn't want you to talk about. And we'll get into that when we come back from the break here at the bottom of the hour. Ron, I'm going to get you to hold on right there, because we are going to step away for a quick break here. And I love this topic. I don't know about you guys, but I am pumped up for Ron James tonight. He is the director of media for MUFON. He is also a movie director. He's got a brand new film out called Accidental Truth. Just came out a few days ago. Put out by 1091 Productions. Hi, Mike Moriarty. I know you're listening, buddy. Spaced Out Radio with our special guest, Ron James, tonight. UFOs, ET contact, and the accidental truth. All right, Ron, we are clear. So our radio audience can't hear us, but our YouTube audience and podcast audience can.
Oh,
But
okay.
we got about 5 minutes here.
I'm texting Paul Hynek happy dad's birthday.
Yeah. Tell him Dave Scott says hello and reminds him that he's not funny.
Hey, Paul, I'm taking a break while I do the Dave Scott show. I wanted to say happy dad's birthday, and Dave wants me to remind you that you're not funny. Hope you think that's funny. Ha, 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 ha. There you go. Got me in trouble with Paul.
Appreciate that. He'll come back and he'll be like, Dave Scott is not funny.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, you know what? Paul Hynek, for people who have never met Paul Hynek, not only is he brilliant, but he is hilarious. And he is so astute with everything from his father's career to where ufology is going today. I got to get him back on the show. He hasn't been on forever. We got to get him back.
Yeah, we cover a certain amount of stuff about Jay in the film, and even the history lesson segments, which they had to be there because I wanted to make a self-contained film. I actually have people saying, "Oh, well, that's nothing we didn't already know." And the only thing I can say to those people is you're not paying attention, and you didn't watch it long enough, because there's a lot of stuff in there that people didn't know. There's all these front-facing people saying things they've never said. There's information that's really not made it out. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No, I look forward to it. And you know, I don't want to ask any questions about it because I want to make sure I ask them on the air. Because
Oh, yeah, sure.
the last thing I want is to all of a sudden hit something during the break and not, hit it during the show. That would really suck. But
and you guys all had a chance to watch it, right?
You know what? I just saw the premiere. That's it. I just got the trailer. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry. Old Dave's a professional journalist, Ron. Professional. We're going to get into it. Hey, Random Gee, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for that super chat. And Mike Bothwell, thank you for your super chat. Louie, thank you. Super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on the show on a nightly basis. All right. We're going to have a good time here. So, Ron, you getting excited for the next MUFON conference?
Yeah, I'm working on their promo video tonight, just trying to wrap it up for a meeting tomorrow.
Very cool. That's in Cincinnati this year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's going to be a friend or foe.
Yeah. The awesome and talented Grant Cameron, the hero of many of us, will be there. And if anybody out there, really, if you haven't attended a MUFON conference, you got to go. You have to go. Great people. It's jam-packed. And the information that's provided is phenomenal. I mean, the people who get the opportunity to speak there are very well induced in their own homework and study. It's fantastic. All right, we got about 1 minute here, boss. Thank you, Deb from SAC, for that awesome super chat. Much love, my friend.
Hey, somebody's asking about, well, we'll wait till they get on.
Yeah, that's Kira. I don't make a business move without her consent.
Well, that's why you're where you are, giving Nori a run for his money.
I'm not even close. He's about 9 million ahead of me per night.
He gets that many?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you're on 600 stations, I'm on 8. So it's a little bit off a little bit there, but that's okay. Here we go, my friends. Here's the next half hour. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go with Mr. Ron James. He is the director of MUFON, but more importantly,
no, I'm not the director of MUFON. I'm their media relations director.
Media relations.
I get in trouble for that one.
I knew I was missing something on that.
Dave McDonald is the director of MUFON, not me.
Good old Dave. You know what? Dave has a nice collection of suits. I'm going to tell you that right now. That man.
I'll tell you what. Nobody dresses like Dave.
Oh yeah, he's brilliant. Brilliant when it comes to the old suits. But yes, Director of Communications and Media for MUFON, Ron James. And more importantly, he's got a brand new movie out, put out by 1091 Productions called Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations. This one is going to stir the pot when it comes to bringing the seriousness of UFOs to the hot button topic. And Ron, thank you again for joining us. First off, let's start off by asking, where can people find this movie?
Well, it came out on April 18th, so it's all over all the rental platforms. You can get it on Apple, iTunes, Microsoft, Google Play, Amazon Prime, obviously, Redbox, Spectrum Cable. So it's out there pretty much anywhere you want to find it.
All right. And right before the break, you kind of tipped us off to something that you were a little bit afraid of making this movie. Why is that?
Well, I mean, for a lot of reasons. I mean, I confronted Lou Elizondo about some stuff, and it's in the film. I confronted Christopher Mellon, the former Undersecretary of Defense, about some stuff. It's in the film. I confronted the Pentagon, some of the people there by name, and what they did and how they backtrack stories. It's in the film. There were numerous times I was on the phone with somebody saying something about, the DIA did this or whatever. And, it wasn't long before I realized when you're in MUFON, you're pretty much under surveillance anyway, if you're anybody of significance in the organization. And with some of the conversations that we were having and some of the people that were in the film and some of the things that we were challenging, it did not take long before I started really feeling like my phone was being tapped. My computer was being analyzed every night. It's like, I really was, I gave it 50-50. When I turned it into the distributor, about 50-50 odds that it was ever going to make it to the public.
Now, was that because you thought someone was going to put a kibosh on it? Or you get the knock on the door from somebody saying, you might not want to put this out?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I thought, there was a couple of instances of people threatening the distributor. Luckily, they they made me indemnify them, basically. There were instances of people threatening. There's been all kinds of threats made over this movie.
Tim here says he loves the movie. Watching it each time generates more questions. Could you elaborate on what Daniel Sheehan said about big media feeling that it is the patriotic duty to conceal the truth?
Well, thank you, Anonymous Rex. I really appreciate that you liked the movie. It means a lot. Yeah, Danny Sheehan, this guy's been around. Not only was he like the attorney for the Jesuits, he's been the attorney for the New York Times and for other papers, but he's also a huge civil rights attorney. It's a known fact that the CIA had an operation to infiltrate pretty much all media outlets and put somebody in there in a position of being able to steer truth and stories. And that his take on it is that these people really do have this kind of almost patriotic sense of duty to do what they're told by the state. And then, of course, Ralph Blumenthal comes on right afterwards and says, "Oh no, that's not true. We've never been afraid to confront the government." And I suppose it's true to a point that the New York Times has run things that they didn't want to run, but if they run the big things, no. And so, yes, and Richard Dolan says in the film, we have a pretty compliant media for the most part. And there are ways for the powers that be to influence what gets reported. And I mean, that should be obvious to all of us, but it's a real thing. It's a documented situation.
And you know what also amazed me is in 2016, when the New York Times article came out, there was a lot of hype around that paper for a Saturday paper. And it was the highest selling newspaper since 9/11. And yet, you've been in journalism and around journalists long enough to know that when you have something that people are seeking to read, you do follow-ups because that's good for the paper. It's good for sales. It's good for advertising. And yet there was no follow-up the Monday morning. There was no follow-up Tuesday. In fact, it took months before there was another follow-up regarding that. Did that shock you?
Which one are we talking about? Are we talking about the 2017 or the hearings?
Yeah, sorry, the 2017.
Well, I mean, there actually was a follow-up pretty quick. It was the story about the materials in the slide that Eric Davis showed Congress that talked about off-world craft, and where Harry Reid basically admitted that there were off-world craft. And then there was a big to-do about it. Harry Reid demanded that they retract the story, and they changed the wording. And so they changed it slightly, but Ralph Blumenthal still stands by his position that Harry Reid told him that they had materials from off-world craft, that was a real thing. And it was in the paper.
Yeah, but that one was like a month or two after, I believe. Usually, if you have a major breaking story, you follow it up because the public wants follow-up and everything, and they never got that.
The whole thing exploded. Yeah, it exploded into the mainstream. It took on a life of its own. TTSA was rolling out. So there was if it would have just been washed away and nobody would have got it, there probably would have been a little more follow-up. But it caught the public's attention. And so it did what it was supposed to do. And then from that, like I said, it took on a life of its own.
So getting back to the movie Accidental Truth, UFO Revelation, you talk a lot about these incursions of where these fighter pilots had encounters and what they went through, the training that they were going through about, whether or not to deal with UFOs. What surprised you about dealing with a lot of the military people regarding this subject?
Well, we actually don't really touch on that very much in the film. There's brief references to some of these people, but for the most part, it's not about that. It talks about how the 2017 story broke, and we do have a little clip from David Fravor when he was on the news. But at the end of the day, it's not about that at all. It's about the new narrative of lies that they've put on us. They're trying to whitewash the past, the history of the whole thing, and basically tell us that nothing happened between the time of the end of Project Blue Book and the beginning of the programs with Robert Bigelow and OSOP, when we know that's not true. And unfortunately, it's during those times that a whole lot of discoveries were made, a whole lot of research was done, and they're basically trying to erase that history. And so Accidental Truth is about bringing that history to light and proving the things that happened during that time and discrediting the lie.
No, I understand that. The reason why I brought up the whole fighter pilot aspect is because they played an integral part of this new so-called ufology, which apparently didn't start until 2004, because we're not allowed to go back to Roswell. We're not allowed to go back to the Phoenix
Exactly.
Lights or any other event. That's why I had asked you that question. But the media manipulation is a good point, because one of the things that we have pushed hard here on SOR is about the fact that, there's two ways the media has covered this. They've covered it nonchalantly, and they've covered it with, at best, an obtuse attitude. I mean, there's been very few people, unlike Ralph Blumenthal or for his part, even Tucker Carlson, who wouldn't drop the story, who have really taken the lead role in keeping this within the community and the public at the same time. So when you look at very few big names really jumping on this, considering there is a plethora of amazing journalists out there, why do you think that the media is so advert against covering this subject? Is it time? Is it space? Is it ego?
Well, people that aren't familiar with history think that this is all something new, but it's not. The UFO flap happened in the 50s. It was as big as it is right now. Hundreds of books were written on the topic. The military came out and said literally the exact same things that they're saying now. It's almost like they couldn't even hire a new screenwriter. They just had to go and repeat the same old stuff. It's really hard to watch. So this has all happened before, almost verbatim, almost the exact same situation. A bunch of sightings happen. Military pilots are reporting seeing things that defy flight and physics. We're darn sure we're going to find out something about what they are, and we're committed to getting to the truth, and they might be a threat, and blah, blah, blah. It sounds like I'm quoting from 2017, but I'm actually quoting from 1953 from an Air Force general named Samford. And it is literally hard to watch. We put them side by side. We put General Samford side by side with Bray and Moultrie at the hearing. And it's like, they're, like I said, they're reading the same script. So the way the media has treated the UFO topic has been pretty much the way they're instructed to treat it. First, it was, oh, wow, there's really something here. We got to get to the bottom of it. Then it was like, it's nothing. It's swamp gas. And then it became the ridicule factor and the tinfoil hats. And the ridicule factor has been a big part of this ongoing strategy that's been repeated over and over again to get people to feel foolish for bringing these things up. And it's been very effective. And they used it then, and they've used it now. We think that there was a group that really did want to come forth and create some sort of movement toward disclosure. And I really think that guys like Lou and Chris are part of that, rather they're working, rather they're personally into it. But at the end of the day, there was also people that didn't want that information out. And when we had political distractions and a bunch of other stuff happen right after the election, they thought Hillary was going to win. She was going to be the disclosure president. Podesta was going to come in. They're all going to be doing this. But then Donald Trump won, and it kind of threw the plan off, and they had to regroup. So the whole political process for some form of disclosure got sidetracked. And then you have that gave the opposition a chance to get off the back feet and mount up against this thing and start trying to put the genie back in the bottle. And that's exactly what we've seen play out in the media over the last years since the first revelations. And it's by design. We're literally witnessing the Empire Strikes Back. It's Star Wars. It's the guys that want this information out versus the guys that don't want this information out versus the truth, which neither one of these groups are going to let us get the whole truth.
No, and I could understand that, but the job of a journalist, going back to when I was a journalist 20 years ago, okay, to what we see now is completely different. Completely different. I remember going through broadcasting school and being told, you have to call it down the middle. You are the referee. You are the public's eyes and ears. You cannot take sides. Don't take bribes. Okay, don't even take a free T-shirt or a golf game if you go to a press conference. Stay away from that stuff. And then we looked at our paychecks. We're like, I'll take that free round of golf. Thank you very much. But the whole idea and aspect about that is that seems to be a lost art with many who are covering not only this subject, but journalism today. It's a very sore point for a lot of people because they don't know where they're getting proper news anymore. They don't know where they're getting proper truth, which the media is supposed to be for the people.
Well, you know, there is, you refer to what they call journalistic integrity and codes of conduct and journalistic codes. And you know, it's like we're living in a society that integrity 101 is at the low end of the totem pole here as far as things that are important. And you know, in journalism, I'm not saying anything about political parties or CNN or MSNBC or Fox because I think they're all guilty. But the stuff that just came out of these Dominion trials about how these newscasters who are supposed to be the front faces of journalism were willingly telling lies that they knew were lies, perpetrating stories that they knew were untrue. I think it's one of the worst things that's ever happened to journalism in history.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Because, you know, I don't know even where to start with where this story begins. I mean, that could be a 10-hour interview right there on this subject, and you and I would probably have to crack open a couple of beers over that to really get into the depths of it. But did you get an opportunity to talk outside of Ralph Blumenthal? Did you get a chance to talk to any other journalists on why they maybe either refused or didn't want to cover this subject?
Well, I mean, over the years, I didn't talk to any other journalists for the movie except for Cheryl Jones. She used to be with CNN, and she's in the movie. And then, of course, I've interviewed George Knapp a lot. He makes a cameo in there, but it was involuntary. So you know, you get a pretty good feel for what's going on. Most of them are. The ridicule factor pretty much does the trick. I don't want to report on that. Everybody think I'm crazy. I have the tinfoil hat. It might affect my career. That dissuades most people. It dissuaded most military pilots, commercial airline pilots, people in law enforcement, anybody who's seen this kind of stuff that has something to lose in a career that depends on, you know, having your wits about you. The ridicule factor does the job as far as getting you to just keep your mouth shut. It works. And then, you know, if that doesn't work, then they threaten you. And if that doesn't work, they take you out of your job. So, but the ridicule factor has been the main reason that serious journalists haven't attacked this topic. And, you know, we talk about the people in Congress. I see some stuff in here. We see these hearings on TV. But I was just in Washington, D.C. 3 weeks ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago. At any rate, very recently in Washington, D.C. with MUFON, I personally had lunch with Andre Carson, who opened the hearings, repeating the old narrative and the new narrative, which is, you know, nothing happened with UFOs in the government for 50 years until recently. And, you know, I'm like, Andre, we had lunch for an hour. It's like, dude, that's just not the truth. He says there's no real plan to get this information out. There's nobody knows who's going to do it. Nobody knows how it's going to be done. Not that many people know what the information is, if anybody knows the whole thing. So it's just all one big mess.
Do you think there is a fear of losing control over this subject, and maybe that's the reason why the government is playing the game?
Well, there's certainly, and you know, we discussed this in the film, that has where these people that have this information, they don't want to share it. If you're Lockheed Martin and you receive some materials with some properties that helped you to develop coatings for stealth jets, you don't want to share that with anybody. If you've got some kind of free energy source sitting in your laboratory, that's not getting out to the world, because we have an entire planet whose power structure is based on basically energy. If there's no way to milk people for energy, then for money for energy and enslave people through an energy infrastructure, then all of the people that are in power on this planet are not in power anymore. And so this is a very complicated issue. A lot of it has to do with the technology. You know, Dr. Greer says the same thing. It's like they can't let this stuff out. And so the people that have it have a number of selfish reasons. And I
Well,
see somebody said something about Travis Taylor. Yeah, I've talked to Travis at length. I ran into him at Alien Con, and he was running the ATIP program the whole time he was doing Skidwalker Ranch, which is kind of funny.
on that kind of funny too. Imagine being Brandon Fugel, where all of a sudden your main scientist on the television show comes out and says, "Oh, by the way, I'm Space Force. I'm Space Command. I worked for ATIP." And you're just sitting there, really? Well, you could have told me. No,
Well, they did the big reveal on TV, which I'm sure was just a reenactment of the real reveal. They took it well, I guess. But that one of the things about this that kind of bothers me, because I was hanging around back room at this conference, and I was sitting, right by some of these people that were having some conversations, and honestly, they didn't sound like they knew that much either. It's like, Travis is talking to Gary Nolan, is talking to another guy, and they're having this conversation like they don't know the whole story either, and maybe they don't.
what do you think about that, though? As we got about 3.5 minutes to go here, Ron James' Accidental Truth is his new movie out. What do you think about that, though? Because, like, you got Lou Elizondo, who, was working for Space Force. He's now in a different department. Travis Taylor doing the same thing. Here they are on television and on podcasts and radio shows, etc., talking about how they're working for the people. They're trying to get disclosure out. They're trying to work with the movement and get things going. But on the flip side, here they are taking all of these secrets from Space Force, Space Command. It really, to me, felt like they were talking out of both sides of their mouth at the same time. And I'm not saying that to be insultive, but I just don't know where to take them. Where on one end they're saying, hey, we need disclosure. We need to work on this. Here I am. I'm helping the cause. But on the flip side, they're also helping the government with keeping those secrets.
Well, Colonel John Alexander is in my movie, and he was probably one of the first front-facing guys who would go to UFO conferences and wave to everybody and say, nothing to see here, but, I think we should be looking at it. And being this friendly government guy that knew some things but wasn't going to tell them, but it was okay that he wasn't going to tell us. But we find out in Accidental Truth, because he admits it, that whole time he was running one of these programs that he was denying even existed. It's the same thing, I suspect, with some of these other people. Once you're at a level of classification and clearance, two things are true. One is that you are a patriot. You are doing what you're doing. You're duty bound. You're not going to violate your oaths. And if you're a patriot, you're a patriot. If you're doing something because you think that it's your duty and that you promised to do your duty, hey, great. We need more people like that. If you have to keep a secret, you have to keep a secret. Are these guys still working? I'm convinced that they are, because they never stop. And so they're instruments of some type of disclosure, but it's not the disclosure of the full truth of what's been going on. It's this kind of disclosure that we need to be fed to fit the day, because we're a very short period of time away from when somebody's going to land on Mars and accidentally realize, well, wait a minute, this is man-made, or this is artificial. We just can't, with the commercial exploration of space, with the Webb telescope, with so much technology that's not in control of government. It's only a matter of time until somebody stumbles across something that they can't contain. And so they've got to do something, some form of disclosure, but they can't tell us the truth about what they've done, because some of it borderlines on a crime against humanity. And there would be a demand for accountability. How dare you keep this technology from us? It could have saved the planet. How dare you do this? What is going on with these things, mostly technology, that would have changed the world?
Well, I mean, we can argue the patriot side of everything, but the public still, in frank sense, I think, has a right to know of what is truly going on. Do we have crash retrievals? Do we have aliens? Have we made contact? I mean, these are all multi-million-dollar questions that we know are being dodged. And Ron, I'm going to get you to hold on right there, because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour. And as Random Guy says, don't trust anyone who gets a government check. Source, I get a government check. Thanks, Random Guy. I appreciate it. That's where we say hello to all of the agents and agencies tuning us in tonight. Hello. You've got my phone number. Give us a call sometime. Spaced Out Radio with Ron James from MUFON. Accidental Truth can be found on any streaming platform right now. 1 hour down, 1 to go, my man.
All right. So when we get back, we can talk about the opening lines of the film, and we can continue the conversation about how we feel about the those who maintain the secrecy. And then if you want, we can go into talking a little bit about MUFON and what they've been doing. You know, we've been very instrumental in Washington, D.C., and I haven't been able to talk about it, but I could talk about it now.
Let's do it. All right. We got about 6 minutes here. I'm going to just step away for a quick break.
I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go refill my coffee.
Yep. We'll be right back. We got Dirty Filth right there. Taking it over. I got let's check out that cartoon. Don't forget to advertise your book, Filthy. Don't forget to turn your mic on.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
That wasn't me for a change. Just gotta say, haven't had a belch and a old shit in a long time. Ah, fuck. Sorry. Well, I just ruined that. That was kind of a hat trick of failures if you think about it. Anyway, go to filthy.com, FYLTHY.com. Buy my book. Buy a calendar. Buy a print. Buy one for your mom. Phone your mom and tell her you love her as well. And then go to Las Vegas in 2 weeks or so. Find me, I'll give you cartoons. Unfortunately, they won't allow Blob to come with me, so there will be no Blob in Las Vegas. Sorry, Blob, she's passed out basically already anyways. She can't hear anything. Well, Paramar, it wasn't me. I did not belch this time. I don't get enough fizzy bubblies in my guts to do a belch.
Having fun yet, Dirty? Maybe not.
Jeez. Oh,
Have you honestly been on mute that entire time? Even after I
I
had
don't
told
think
you?
so.
That would be funny if you were.
It wasn't. I think it was before I showed the blob because everybody wanted to see the blob.
Yeah.
Here's the blob. Hi, blob.
We love Blob. Good old Blobbert.
You know, maybe only about like 4 minutes of that was at just the very end before you got in there.
Look at a random guy. How much extra to have Phil draw something explicit and Dave freak out? $1,000. $1,000.
I could do that. Make sure you bring your pocket change, random guy to Vegas, because I'm bringing like 10 pieces of original artwork and
All right.
big American bucks for those.
Here we go, Filthy. Thank you, Louie, Mike, Random Gee, Deb, Pix, Tim, Lucy, and Random times a bunch. Spaced Out Radio's website has our store open. Here we go with hour number 2, everyone.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Zenero. Zenero is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Before we bring Ron James back from MUFON, just want to remind all of you that May 19th to 21st, we will be in Las Vegas, Nevada for the second annual SOR Fan Party. Yeah, we do this. We started it last year. It was a success. We're doing it again this year for the success as well. And our fans, we cannot wait. I got the T-shirts today. I have a bunch of different stuff came in today on the swag bag. So I'm pretty excited about that. And we're going to have some very special guests with us. Science Bob is going to be there. Merle is going to be there. Geraldine Orozco, Melinda Leslie, Lorian Fenton, Jim Goodall, Michael Schratt is going to be there. We got a plethora of awesomeness coming in for you guys. Varla Ventura will make her debut. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. I will be leaving here on the 18th and flying out to Las Vegas until the 22nd. Oh, it's going to be absolutely great. You know, and the one thing I want the audience to know, whether you're listening in Radio Land, Podcast Land, or on our YouTube channel, we do this for you. So next year, if you can't make it this year, maybe next year you can join us. We're going to be doing it annually. And it is a lot of fun where you get to meet your fellow chatters. You get to meet these people. You know, you go to a conference out there and realistically, you are hanging on out, doing your thing, and you get to, mingle with these people. Like you go to a regular conference and you really don't get to mingle with the guests or the speakers. Sometimes they're really hard to find. Sometimes the only time you see them is when they're on stage. But with us, you come on out and you hang on out and you get to hang on out with the guests as well. They all know that they are there for you. and it's something different. We call it like the anti-conference hangout session. So if you want to hang out with Merle, you want to talk some ghosts or some cryptids with Varla, or you want to talk some UFOs and ET contact with Melinda or Lorian or Geraldine, or you want to talk some secret spacecraft with Michael Schratt or Jim Goodall, you just do it. You go have that chat with them. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing that they're all coming out for you. So if you didn't make it last year, you couldn't make it this year, plan for it next year. We really want to see you there. Where? We don't know yet. We're still debating that. That'll be a hot button topic of discussion. I know Kira's going to kick my butt on that, my business manager, but that's okay. We're good to have her with us, and we will get it all figured out for 2023 or 2024 as well. Our guest tonight, MUFON's media director, Ron James. He's got a brand new movie out called Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations. And you can find it on any major streaming service right now. So make sure you go check it on out. Make sure you want to do that because it's one of the good ones. This really takes a deep dive into how this whole new era of ufology started. Ron, welcome back.
Thanks. So, at the beginning of the movie, there's a section where you have my voice. The film's narrated by Matthew Modine, so you don't hear a whole lot from me. But and that's a whole story about how we got him in. But there's an opening sequence where I basically say, sitting in this room with people that have run secret weapons programs, interrogated terrorists, held closely guarded secrets for a living, and all I can think about is getting them to tell me something they don't want me to know. And that's the story of these interviews. When I sat down with Chris Mellon via Zoom, I hit him with some really pointed stuff. When I sat down with Gary Nolan, same thing. When I sat down with Lou Elizondo in 2017, I asked him some questions, and his answers are things that he did not mean to say. And that's why the film's called Accidental Truth, because between the evidence that we present and the way the powers that be address the questions, it's just like, holy moly. There's a shot in there of one guy, when he starts to answer the question, his eyeballs are just everywhere. And you go, well, It's like, man, it's one of those MasterCard moments. It's priceless.
The idea that you had somebody like Matthew Modine, who is a very accomplished actor in himself, come in and do this. I mean, I always like it when I see these movie stars or these people I've seen on TV finally admit that they love this subject and they want to be a part of this subject. What was it like working with him, and what was his real interest in this?
Well, he'd had an encounter, and we got to him through a Comic-Con friend and found out if he'd be interested. A little story. Originally, we were recording Steven Tyler for this, and because I'm a rock and roll guy, and I just thought it would be great to get Steven to be the voice for it. But he ran into some, the rehab situation that popped up while he was in Vegas. And then we had Edward James Olmos, and we had actually gotten to the point, he played Adama in Battlestar Galactica, and I was a real fan of him too. So, well, I still am. But, I think his lawyer kind of talked him out of doing it at the last minute. We were literally ready to sign the contracts. And when Matthew came into the project, I was like, okay, this is the universe putting the right person in the right space. And I went to New York. A lot of times you'll do these things over the air, but I don't work that way. I have hands on everything. So I went to New York. We spent 2 days in the recording studio. We hung out, got to know each other. Had breakfast and talked, and he was just way more of a committed partner in the production than just somebody that took my money and left and said, yeah, good luck with the film. He's been backing it. He's been tweeting about it. He's been talking about it. He's been very, very good at helping us get the word out. And I couldn't have done better.
All right. Favorite Matthew Modine movie? I got two. Full Metal Jacket and Memphis Belle. Loved those.
Well, Full Metal Jacket was obviously his breakout film. I think some of his series work is good too. I think what he did in Stranger Things was awesome. For those who don't know, he played Papa in that show. But I think that he's got a cameo role in the upcoming Oppenheimer movie. And guess who he plays? Vanover Bush.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, when I was having breakfast with them, I'm like, dude, you played a government running a top, or a scientist running a top secret government program in Stranger Things, and you don't even know it, but you're playing one of the alleged members of MJ-12 in the upcoming Oppenheimer movie. And I just thought that was a heck of a coincidence. And I lined him out on who MJ-12 supposedly was and who Vanover Bush was. And, it's just one of those strange kinds of things that has some weird synchronicities attached.
Out of everybody you interviewed for this film, Accidental Truth, was there a piece of audio or video that didn't make it to the film that you were like, I wish I would have put this in? I wish, somebody had told me that this quote should be off the record or something along those lines.
No, I mean, I personally went through all of it, and I shot it, and I conducted the interview. So it's not like somebody handed me the tapes and a sheet. I did everything in this film. I did the editing, I wrote it, I directed it, I shot the interviews myself, I set up the cameras myself, and I assembled this film very purposefully. Even though I had more people in it than I did originally, the story and the Post-it notes on my wall of my office, which are still there, it's still the same movie. And so there's a lot of material that I'm sure I'll use somewhere else. But it's like it's in the trailer when we asked Gary Nolan about studying classified materials, and he's like, I kind of got him, and he's like, yeah, I just can't say any more about that. That must have been an accidental truth moment. And you don't see that in the trailer, but you see it in the film. It's a blatant admission of studying classified materials of unknown origin that he didn't mean to tip. And that happens to a few people in the movie. And they're all good sports about it, most of them.
When you go through this movie and being the guy who has to put it all together, you got to be your own worst critic on how to put it together. Was there a quote, like you just mentioned with Gary Nolan, that really kind of punched you in the stomach that was like, man, this to me totally seals the deal, that there is this major cover up of ufology going on, and this is never going to see the light of day?
Well, it's when I was interviewing Lou, and he said the line that's in the film, where he basically confirms that there is a they. That was a very poignant moment. And in the room, there's a couple other people in the room when we shot the interview, and you could have heard a pin drop, and we didn't know what he was going to do, because that was like gotcha, and it wasn't a like an antagonistic gotcha. I wasn't like trying to be mean or anything. It's just that he said something, and the follow-up question was obvious. It's like, well, what are you talking about, dude? I mean, what do you mean they're from somewhere? You mean there's a they? Yeah. So I built the whole film around that line at first, and then just more and more stuff started coming in. And then, of course, I have Dr. Michio Kaku talking about some very specific technology. So we have a secret classified, recently declassified report that's studying something like traversable wormholes. Well, we have Dr. Kaku, who's arguably the world's most famous physicist, saying, hey, what do you think about traversable wormholes? What is the scientific validity of it? And so he chimes in on some of these esoteric technologies, and how legit they are, and how likely it is that we'll actually have them one day. And the answer is generally, yeah, that's possible, but it's not for us, not now. And so, this film's got an all-star cast, pretty much. You want to find out about Project Blue Book? Hey, bring in J. Allen Hynek's son. You want to find out about the New York Times story? Hey, bring in the guy that wrote it. You want to find out about the recent government UFO programs? Hey, let's just bring in the guys that ran them. And the whole film's like that. And so it's like, it's a perfect mix of people to tell a very specific story.
This is a film that if people really pay attention to it, at least in my opinion, would get angry, because you are bringing out the entire subject of the cover up, the lack of media coverage, the way that they are trying to form a narrative. In my opinion, it's not about disclosure. It's about confirmation. disclosure to me means we're disclosing everything from at least Roswell on up. Should people, once they watch this, or will people, when they watch this, be a little bit furious, maybe a little bit emotional about it? Should they show that emotion?
Well, I was. I mean, the only way we're going to get real answers from anybody is to stand up and demand them. And the only way we can do that is to make sure that our politicians know that we're aware, because a lot of those guys are on our side because they're being lied to also. I went to and tell you, Congressman Tim Burchett is in it. He's made a lot of public appearances about this, but there's an unpublished video that I haven't put out yet where I go to his office, I set up 2 cameras, and we start this interview, and one of them has both of us in the shot, and the other one's just got him in the shot. And I spend the first 10 or 15 minutes of the interview lining him out on everything that happened between Roswell and now, as far as the programs, what they were, how they got discovered. When it's all said and done, he's like, yeah, man, I know. I'm a fan of this stuff. I know a lot of what you told me, and some stuff I didn't know. But they know, and it's like, but they're limited too in what they can do. And when I was making this film, there were many, many days when I literally would just put my head in my hands and just shake my head. It's just watching these guys. Because one thing you'll realize about the film, the first time you watch it, it's like, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. Look at all these people doing this stuff, but then, you start to realize that some of these people might not be as friendly and caring to the topic as they choose. But when you watch it the third time, you realize that a whole lot of people that you initially took at face value are not being truthful almost every time they open their mouth. And so that's the beauty of this film. And that's the other reason it's called Accidental Truth is, it's between truth and denial is where you find the accidental truth. It's built into the logo. But yeah, it's definitely a film to watch 2 or 3 times. And unfortunately, you get review bombed by people that don't want to see your film succeed. So that happens right out of the gate. And so you got to overcome that. And then there's people, this is not a film that you can just put on in the background. You have to pay attention to every minute of it. The people that have really watched it are rewinding it and replaying some sections 3 and 4 times. And then there's other people that are like, oh, there's nothing new here. So I could just say, if you really want to know what's going on with the UFO thing, you want to see it in one self-contained film. Maybe some of the stuff that's in it, but I promise you there's a lot of stuff that you do not know. And for the people that want to know what the topic is all about but haven't jumped in feet first, this is another film for everybody.
I'm going to ask you, we've talked about this on this show a couple of times over the past 6-8 months. To me, we are really seeing a truthful battle between elected officials and the military industrial complex when it comes to this subject. The military doesn't want to give it up. The Navy has basically said, we're not giving it you anymore. All right.
Yeah.
Play the game. But I mean, this seems like a real battle. One of the first real battles that we are seeing between politicians and the military industrial complex. Your thoughts?
No, it's absolutely true. The new legislation basically says that that the military has to turn over all of its records about this stuff to Congress, going back to 1945. And that was initially 1947, but MUFON was actually behind the scenes on crafting some of this stuff. And when people say, well, what exactly did you guys do in Washington, D.C.? One of the things that we did was got that language changed from 1947 to 1945 so that we couldn't let them whitewash Roswell. And we had a little bit of breathing room before to cover some of these other things that happened. And so we were responsible for getting that language changed. And now it's law that the military has to do this. They're not going to do it. They're not going to come out with everything to members of Congress, even behind closed doors. And that's the military. And your front-facing military guys, there may be a very few people in the Pentagon that really know the whole story, and they probably don't know the whole story. And most of the other ones just know bits and pieces, if anything at all. And then most of the mainstream front-facing military guys have just been brainwashed and ruled by the ridicule factor, and they know nothing, and they think UFOs are silly because that's what they've been told. I mean, what way to keep the military out of poking their nose into something that's being managed by a shadow group elsewhere than to just threaten them with ridicule. And it's worked.
4 minutes ago, before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour, Ron James is here. Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations is his movie that can be found on any streaming service. What do you think the military is hiding? What do you think are the secrets that they don't want to release to the public?
Well, when you say the military,
Or the alphabet.
let's just say that back in the beginning of what we call the modern era of the UFO, a group was convened. It could have been MJ-12, could have been another group, but there was a group like that, and their job was to manage this information, manage public perception, and whatever secrecy was decided on, they were going to do it. And so over time, they became less and less accountable to anybody. All of the information got put into private industry in bits and pieces and compartments, and very, very few people knew the bird's eye view of what was going on. And from that has sprung all kinds of technologies that we don't have access to. And so it's almost like a whole separate thing, a whole separate civilization, almost, like Richard Dolan says. And the thing is people are out there right now listening to this probably saying, yeah, but we know all that. But we're giving you the paper trail that all but proves it. And we're showing you information cross-referenced that paints a story that is basically being admitted by the government's own publications, their own FOIA releases, their own words, when we cross-reference it with everything. So it's not the typical UFO documentary. And some people will say, yeah, well, we've seen stuff in there before. But this is, it doesn't end up getting spiked by sensationalism. Oh, by the way, here's a very logical, well-crafted argument. Oh, and, we've got submarines in space. Maybe we do, but I'm not going there. What we can prove in this film is compelling enough. And, that's kind of what it is.
Kind of off topic, but still along the same lines.
Thank you, Hunting Aliens, by the way.
We see all of these different scientific groups coming out of the woodworks, whether it's Enigma Labs, whether it's Ryan Graves' new group, whether it's SCU, whether it's Galileo Project, and there's about 20 more out there with all sorts of acronyms regarding UAP, which is a term I can't stand, but that's just me personally. Do you think that the scientific community truly knows what's going on with this phenomena? Do you think that they are as invested in this as, say, someone like a Richard Dolan or a Grant Cameron or somebody along those lines in their knowledge of this subject?
No, I think the broader scientific community is still completely in the dark and skeptical. We've in science, we've made the progress step of, most scientists will agree that there's probably some sort of life in outer space. That's a stretch just to get them there, but it's pretty close. But as far as all a huge significant percentage of worldwide scientists actually suddenly jumping on and going, oh yeah, there's UFOs, maybe they're aliens. That's still a very, very tiny percentage of people, although it's growing.
There are so many scientists that are, as we got about a minute ago, that are saying they want the public away. They want MUFON away. They want everybody to stay away from this subject. Let the pros do the work.
Well, we're not finding that. We're very well received in Washington. I think that now there's too many people, too many organizations popping up out of nowhere that suddenly want to be the pros, and at the end of the day, two things to be aware of. Some of these organizations are private, they're companies, which means they have no accountability to the public whatsoever. Robert Bigelow had a private company, and he collected all the data before the DIA got involved, the National Institutes of Discovery Science, all the stuff they discovered at Skinwalker Ranch, all the UFO research they did before that, all the information they bought, all the people they paid, and that information is not seeing the light of day. And you look at some of these other groups, they're corporations, they're businesses, they're for profit. Why do you want to give them your information?
That's right. Ron James, his new movie, Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations, streaming everywhere. Make sure you check it on out. When we come back, What is MUFON's role in this new ufology? We'll find out right after this. Let's see what Dirty Filth made for us here. Shall we?
Yeah, I'm a fan of his work.
Let's see here. Golden Boogie. Identification, please. It's the Vegas party. Look at that. With a nice picture of Butch Witkowski on the nightstand. Love it.
That's
Love
pretty
it.
cool.
Yeah.
We're making sure that we only allow weirdos, creeps, and cryptids in the joint this time.
I love it. I love it. That's awesome, Dirty Filth. Good job, bud. Good job.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you look over my shoulder right here, that is Dirty Filth's cryptid cartoons that you can find on Amazon. You want to make sure you add that to your collection. There are literally hundreds of his cartoons on there, and he really paints a story of SOR, which I am so thankful for. Dirty, you're amazing, buddy. Absolutely amazing, talented.
Thanks, Dave. He won't tell you that he wrote a nice foreword for me.
No, it's not about me. It's about you.
Yes, but it was very appreciative. I wasn't expecting that. Thanks, Dave.
Well, I'm not going to read what I wrote. People are going to have to buy the book for it.
Basically, he said, Filth has nice hair.
You have no hair.
The entire back section of it is about the experiencer phenomenon. Sorry. Are there people still watching?
Oh, yeah.
Bad, terrible person texting like that.
That's okay. Well, I covered you up. I covered you up for the most part. I saw what you were doing. I had the whole media thing going from camera to camera.
You know, it's really interesting that there's some odd things happening with the algorithms and everything else for how this film's showing up. The numbers aren't matching. The number of clicks that we know we've gotten, the number of blah blah blah, the number of purchase through clicks to the Genie link. It's like there's something kind of interfering with this thing getting out mainstream. And so, you know, anybody out there, please watch the film, rate it, review it, and help us get out there, because it's definitely doing well from what I understand. It was as high as number 2 on the iTunes charts for documentaries, but it's been like there's just weird stuff happening out there in the ether.
Oh yeah. Yeah, normally we even notice it on our YouTube channel, man. Like all of a sudden back in September, October, we were starting to hit and I've never done this on my YouTube channel. The 1 month, it doesn't sound like a lot compared to other channels, but the 1 month we had 1,100 subscribers. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we were hit with a bunch of musical copyrights, which I have Ron Thal's permission to use his music. And when you start getting hit with copyright infringements, they say it doesn't affect you, but it does. We went from getting between 40 and 60 subscribers a day down to 2 to 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. And we really haven't recovered from that. It's still up and down, up and down, up and down. Like there's no plateauing. Right.
Well, YouTube's tough. You know, I have a channel that I've been doing most of my posting on MUFON's YouTube channel, and I have another one that has 10,000 subscribers, and they demonetized it because I didn't post over a certain period of time. But they sent me a warning letter saying if you just need to post something. So I did. I posted a bunch of episodes of some shows I did, and then they demonetized it anyway. And it's just like, okay, and, you can't talk to anybody anymore.
No, unless you have, I think, 100,000 subscribers, you cannot get anybody on the phone at YouTube.
Yeah. And, I run MUFON's YouTube channel, and we're up to 90,000. So it's just a little bit further, and we'll see what happens when we earn that silver plaque. But there was a lot of problems with the release. They screwed up the metadata. So the everywhere the film got listed initially out the gate didn't even have that Matthew Modine was in it. and just stuff like that just makes you shake your head.
Oh, I agree, man. I agree. We got about 40 seconds here. 40 seconds.
I get a little giddy about this time of the night.
Me too, man. I'm here every night. I got nothing else to do. Nothing. Except top weird stuff. And go chase down Bigfoot. By the way, audience, I am able to get to my Bigfoot spot. Just so you know, I was there this weekend. The snow is gone. It's pretty awesome. Nothing yet, but we'll get them back. Here we go the next half hour. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Final time tonight, we got Ron James, Director of Media Relations for MUFON, and the director of the brand new film Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations, which you're definitely going to want to check out. It is a great storyboard of how ufology really started to take off 2017, and it is amazing. Ron, thank you so much for being here. But you wear a couple of hats. You also wear a major hat for MUFON, and this has really been the last 12 months especially, a real moving point for MUFON, where you've connected with a company called A10 Associates out of Washington, D.C. They're an advocacy type group, a lobbyist type group. I mean, you've really started to make a push on what is happening in Washington, D.C. Why did MUFON decide to take this direction?
Well, MUFON has always looked for different ways to better serve the public. And the way I got involved with MUFON was I approached them about taking their material and putting it into a subscription-based online channel and bundling it with MUFON membership as a value-added feature, and also making it something that they could subscribe to separately. And so we've done that. We've built the largest, I think, repository of UFO-related material that is hard to find, and it's all commercial-free. So it's a really nice thing. But over the years of working with them and making the shows and stuff, they went through some new leadership, which was fantastic. The new people inside of MUFON, Dave McDonald, just amazing. And they offered me the media relations position. Simultaneously, we had been approached by Jessica Taco at A10 Lobbying, who is the largest woman-owned lobbying company in the world. It's Jessica's company, and this woman is a powerhouse. She's just absolutely incredible. She's plugged in Washington, D.C., and she brought us in, and within the first few months, we had literally sat down and had hundreds of meetings with sitting members of Congress and their staffers about the UFO topic, and we, through the credibility of the organization and the way that Dave represented the organization, we really made some friends in DC. And now MUFON is providing a quarterly report to both the House and Senate Intelligence Committees about the stuff that crosses our desk and the sightings that happen all around the world. So we have a seat at the table, and it's just really good. And we've been responsible. We worked with Andre Carson. We worked with Mike Gallagher, and we worked with Gillibrand to get those hearings done. We were very instrumental in going, come on, man, let's just do something. Let's do something. And a lot of people don't know that. And what's odd is there's also a lot of people out there taking credit for, oh, yes, I was in Washington and I was involved. And, we don't know everything that's going on, but we know who was around. And, we were the ones doing this. Not the only ones, but we were very instrumental in it. And we couldn't talk about it at the time, but we can talk about it now. So MUFON is in DC doing work on an ongoing basis. We just started our own social media app, our social network. We have our own UFO sighting map now that just came out, where you could track UFO sightings worldwide in real time. We have our own laboratories that we've just built. We have a photo analysis lab that is state of the art. We have our own TV channel, our own studios, our own original shows, and we're working with programs like Ancient Aliens. I was just on there for the first time, finally, and the proof is out there. And The Unexplained. I'm behind the scenes on a lot of those shows, helping them with content. So MUFON is really stepping up. We're the community for all of us that care about the UFO topic. And it's not like you have to become a field investigator to be a part of MUFON. There's so much more now, and it doesn't cost hardly any money to join. It's just, it's the place to be if you care about the topic. So there's my MUFON pitch. So everybody at MUFON's happy with me, but it's all true. It's a great organization. It's just getting better and better.
Well, and moving forward, was Washington, D.C. a necessary step for MUFON to kind of put their place in that says, hey, we've been here for 50 plus years. We have a bunch of information that you don't have. We need these for the sake of the public. We need to be heard. Is that kind of the way it was planned out?
Yeah, for a long time, there was stiff resistance to MUFON having any involvement in the political stuff at all, because we're a nonprofit organization. The rules are very interesting about how that has to work, and we are in compliance, everybody. But there were also rumors that that people, kind of interfacing between government and MUFON, and people infiltrate the organization, and there's certainly private conversations that happen that were kind of like, nah, you're not going to step in those waters. You guys just sit over there and be your little MUFON, but no. And we defied that, and we've done that. Yeah. People think, oh, MUFON's infiltrated by the government. Well, let's be realistic. If you're MUFON, of course, you're being watched, but we're not being told what to do by the government. It's two different things. And so, MUFON is here to serve the public, and that's what we're doing. And that's what we're doing in DC. And we make it really clear that, we don't want to get pulled into a room and told a bunch of stuff that we're not allowed to tell people, because then we become part of the problem. So we're walking a fine line, and Dave McDonald is doing it very, very well.
MUFON has, with the public, kind of been, up and down in attitude with a lot of people, as you know, over the last number of years, whether it's Robert Bigelow's, coming in the mid early 2000s, whether it's the situation with Jan Harzan. Now that Dave is there, what kind of stability has Dave McDonald brought to the organization? Because there's a lot of people who feel that he rules it with an iron fist, but that's what was needed to kind of straighten everything out.
Well, I mean, I'm one of the very closest people that work with Dave on an almost daily basis. And, Dave is not somebody you want to get on his bad side, but I would say that he's come in as a director with an open-mindedness towards where this organization can grow that has been lacking for years and years and years. And so he's been a breath of fresh air, and he's surrounded himself with really good people. And, a good leader knows that surrounding yourself with good people is the way to do the best work. So, and Dave is like that. He's a pleasure to work with. And I'm not just saying that because I'm just not. And the stuff that we've been able to accomplish as a team is just off the charts. And, MUFON it's 55 years old pretty soon. And, any volunteer organization that's this old is going to have its ups and downs. And when you're dealing with volunteers that aren't getting paid, mostly there's only 2 or 3 paid positions in MUFON, and those people work diligently for what they get. You're going to have things that happen in the organization. When you're the biggest and the oldest, you're going to have a target on your back. Our database is like, people are after that. All of these groups, they all want access to our database, and because it's the most important UFO database on the planet.
how does MUFON now balance their role in Washington, D.C. with also being the voice of the people? That is, something that is a very tough position to balance.
Well, not really, because we're going behind closed doors and saying the message of the people. So at the end of the day, is like, yeah, what do you think we're saying to these guys? It's like, look, we all know that this is a lie. We know that the government has been covering stuff up. We know they're lying to you guys too, and we need to do something about it. So what we've been able to do is bring the voice of the people to the servants of the people, and be received and not laughed out of the room. And so, the House of Representatives gave us a room in the House office building to host a reception for senators and staffers. And so we were there doing this, and it was, the fact that they did that for us was huge. But make no mistake, we're not at Washington D.C. cozying up to the secrecy. We're in Washington D.C. doing everything we can to get it out.
Okay, so what has been the reaction from the governmental side of learning about MUFON? Because I'm sure a lot of them maybe have heard of you, but maybe don't know what they are doing.
It's all about credibility. I mean, we've got these people coming into Washington, D.C. with all that, that have built these reputations of, there's all this stuff going on, and some of them are a little wild, and some of them are a little bit out there as far as what they're saying. And MUFON is the steady ship in the horizon, and they want that. We're dedicated to the scientific understanding of UFOs for the benefit of humanity, and we're doing it. And we have a fantastic pedigree. And so we're credible. We've earned a reputation in Washington, D.C. as credible players. And that's really done more for us than anything. And that's how we're perceived. And we were welcomed with open arms. There's a whole section about it in the film, one of our first trips to D.C., and how they were having us in these meetings. They're all curious. And your average front-facing politician is as angry as we are that they're not being told the truth, and they know it. And they know that we know it, and they know that we know that they know we know it. So it's interesting, and they're not all our enemies.
Has any politician, you don't have to name them, come up to you guys and said, can you show me something that we're not getting from the alphabet agencies or the military?
Oh, yeah, and we've done it. It's like, look, guys, just go talk to Robert Bigelow. Go talk to pull Admiral Wilson in and put him behind closed doors and give him amnesty so he could talk about that meeting and what he went through. We've given them the list. Who do we talk to when the whistleblowers thing comes up? Well, here you go. Start here. And yeah, we've furnished them the names, dates, people. Yeah. Because we all know, it, we know it. If you had your wish list for who could go behind closed doors and tell Congress like it is, there's probably nobody watching this show that couldn't draw that list up. And we've drawn that list up, and we've handed it over.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's what we're doing.
Tease us what's on that list.
I mentioned a couple names. I'm not going to mention more. Let's just say we're all in the field. We all know who should be on the list, and chances are they made the list.
Okay, so how does MUFON then compete with all of these newbie groups that are coming out? And I'm thinking mainly Enigma Labs here, okay? Because Enigma seems to be so secretive. They've already got millions in funding from Peter Thiel. They have
okay.
They have seemingly been invited to private conferences with NASA and Galileo Project and Arrow. It seems like the government wants to push, not the government, but maybe the military wants to push something their way compared to other groups.
Well, yeah. Okay. So MUFON, for one thing, MUFON's not being bought by anybody. Okay. And we're not secretive, and we're not having private meetings with the same people that have been perpetrating the illusion. This is a private company. And you bring up Enigma in particularly, because there have been people that have come to me and said, these guys are trying to compete with you. Well, good luck. When you've got 100,000 cases and you're sharing them with the world and you're doing this work and you're doing it for free and you're not trying to rake in the bucks, what do you need millions and millions of dollars for? Because you're paying yourselves. You know, it's like, and then what are you doing with your information? You don't owe it to the public because you're a corporation. You can keep it behind closed doors forever. You can manipulate it. You can sequester it. MUFON answers to the public. These organizations that are popping up, they don't answer to the public. They answer to their investors, and that's how we compete with them, because we're not that.
All right. So is it safe to say then that MUFON has zero ties to any of these private groups?
Let me think about that for a minute. Right now, I am not aware that MUFON has any ties to private groups, and I'm fairly privy to the funding that comes in. There is, you know, this whole thing with Robert Bigelow that people still like to talk about. We cover it in the movie. There's nothing nefarious there. Robert Bigelow paid MUFON to share their data with him. He did not take their data and hide it. It was not an exclusive agreement. MUFON never gave Robert Bigelow anything that still went out of our public database. It was never sequestered away. And when we and then they would pay our teams to do investigations, but that data was also, you know, it did not go solely to Bigelow and outside of the public. There's stories like that, but I haven't been able to find any evidence that was the case. So private groups of MUFON, sure, MUFON gets donations. Is there any private group pulling MUFON's purse strings and saying, MUFON, do this, do that, or I'm going to cut off your funding? I have no evidence of that, and I would know, I think.
Okay, so a question coming from Motoko here. Let me just find it here. He says, MUFON has hidden some of the best submitted UFO data. It disappears after executives are notified of it. Is this true?
You know, I hear these stories, and, you know, it's like, what I've been able to ascertain about this is that sometimes we will get stuff that just doesn't even make it to the database, not because it's some kind of sensational thing that needs to be covered up, but because it's just, you know, not something that's worthy of investigation. That happens way more often than any of this kind of conspiracy stuff. But I can't answer for what's gone on in MUFON for 50 years. I mean, we know for a fact that there were times when government was knee deep in MUFON, and so and they're still watching us, and you know, I don't know that they have any influence. If they do, it's a secret even from me, and I wouldn't be participating because I'm not interested in being part of the problem. So submitted some of the best UFO. It disappears after the executives are notified of it. Yeah, I've never seen a case where a significant UFO case was taken away from the public by an executive at MUFON for the purpose of hiding valuable information. Now, there was the case where, you know, some of the data that MUFON was getting, there were people within MUFON that did not want to turn it over to people that they were working with. That did happen. But as far as what you're describing there, I haven't seen any evidence of it.
Do you feel, though, that criticism comes along from a lot of people who may not know about MUFON, or, like you said, are still living off the years of you know, 20 years ago, almost now 15 years ago now, rather than adjusting to the changes that have been made?
Yeah, I think that, you know, MUFON it's got a history. It's the biggest and the oldest, so it has a target on its back. Every time somebody inside MUFON decides they don't like something that happened within the organization, they go out and they run their mouths and they denigrate the group, which is typical human behavior. So you have your share of that. And, you know, anybody that thinks they know about MUFON, but they haven't taken a look at it in the last few years, really should take another look.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 5 minutes ago here with you, Ron, tonight, and this has been so much fun. Ron James, director of MUFON Media Relations.
Wait, I got one for you. We got 5 minutes. Do you have your computer up?
I do.
Okay. Google Accidental Truth T-shirt.
Accidental Truth T-shirt. Okay.
They have stolen my movie poster, and there are maybe 1,000 places online where you can buy one of the t-shirts, and they're all bootleg copies. It's like, I hope as many people have watched the movie as are selling my t-shirts. It's just hilarious. You guys out there should do it too. It's pretty
Holy
funny.
cow. Hold on. There's Storm Tea Life, Forever Tea, Tea Chippus.
It's pages deep, dude.
Oh my God.
It's awful. There's only one place to actually get an Accidental Truth t-shirt, and I make these myself. So they're from me at accidentaltruths.com, and you can get mouse pads and all kinds of cool stuff. But yeah, we're being totally ripped off. I see one more person talking about submitting stuff to MUFON. You don't get ignored when you submit reports. There's limited resources to look at everything. We absorb them in, we put them into our database and add them to our data. But unless it's super compelling, you might not get a call back. And that compelling means above average evidence.
How do you guys, with 3 minutes to go, the big question about UFOs right now is, what is proof? Because everybody is a critic on filming, whether it's from your phone or your camera and CGI. Everybody is a critic when it comes to photographs and Photoshop. What is proof anymore?
Well, none of those things are proof anymore. But I mean, proof of unidentified flying objects. Well, every time you see an object and you can't identify it, that's pretty much proof that there's unidentified flying objects. Proof. Yeah, especially now that it's getting easier and easier to fake stuff. The stuff that we would normally consider might be proof is not going to be good enough to be proof. It's going to take somebody coming out with some of this piece of technology, actually bringing a piece of this material like to a news outlet and saying, yes, this came from somewhere, allowing the scientific community access to studying some of these materials because we know they're there, and studying some of these pieces of technology in mainstream science in a transparent way. That's proof. Everything else, including paper trails and witness testimony and everything else, not proof, but we're getting closer.
And where do you stand on anecdotal stories?
Well, they serve their purpose, but they don't prove anything. And there's millions of anecdotal stories. Now, does that add up to, well, where there's smoke, there's fire? Sure. But is it proof? No. The Debrief magazine said that my movie Accidental Truth makes the most compelling case yet for crash debris and non-human intelligence. And I believe that it does, but it's still not proof beyond a shadow of a doubt. But I put the film together as if I was a lawyer presenting my case to a jury. And I think that they would vote to convict the UAP topic of being guilty.
Are you a UAP guy? You don't look like a UAP guy. You look like a UFO guy.
I have, UAP actually became a phrase back in the early days of this. It's not like they just came up with it and it's new. Back when Kenneth Arnold just saw the flying saucers, they described them as UAP. So it just got kind of rebranded. But we talk about that in the film too, this whole rebranding, UFO, UAP. We're going to have new ones come up because it's not just the air now. It's the water, it's space, it's its size, its dimension, it's all this.
Gotta love it. We got 1 minute left, Ron. And I want to say a big thank you for coming on Spaced Out Radio for the first time. And, it's been an absolute pleasure. We got to do it again, man. We have to do it again.
I really just encourage people to watch the film. You can rent it now for as little as $4. Help out that algorithm. And then, send me an email. Let me know what you think of it. You can reach me through MUFON Television, MUFONTelevision.com. And you can find out more about the website at accidentaltruths with an S.com, or you could just go to the trailer on YouTube and 1091's page and watch the trailer and order the film. I mean, I made this for you guys, and I just hope you like it.
Well, we're definitely going to push our audience over to the MUFON YouTube channel, push them over to Accidental Truth, make sure that they all check it on out and be a part of, the conversation, because in the end, we all need to talk about it.
Do you have the right links? Did Michael give you everything?
Got those, yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everybody. And I do hope you enjoy the film. It's won 7 awards already. So I know it's decent. It's good. We just need people to spread the word because there are people trying to keep it from getting out.
We'll make it happen. Ron James, Accidental Truth on Spaced Out Radio. Coming up next, we're going to head to Among the Missing. Something new on Spaced Out Radio. Then Tim Senor and Matt Ford will be here for the UFO Report. Good job, everyone. Good job. Say goodnight to Ron. Okay, Tim and Matt will be up second. So we're making a little change here. I'll announce that coming up in the top of the hour. And hi, Austin Allen. How you doing? We're going to take a quick break here. I will be right back, and we'll go from there. All right. That was fun. Good times. No problem, Otoko. Thank you for listening, man. Do us a favor, hit that subscribe button, ring that bell if you're new here. We are here 7 days a week for your listening entertainment. It's been a lot of fun. Yes, I love my water. Love my water. River Dogma, how you doing, buddy? Can't wait to see you in a couple weeks. Vegas 2023. SOR fan party. Little Timmy Senor is going to be there. He's going to be walking around parading in a Bigfoot costume. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, when Matt Ford joins us, check out how impressive his hair is, number one. But number two, his shirt, tie, and jacket combination. Guaranteed this man is wearing nothing but boxer shorts on his chair. Guaranteed. I see him laughing right now. It's hilarious. The change up is we have Steve Stockton from Among the Missing is going to take over the Swamp Dweller side of things. And there is a reason about that. I will mention that reason in about half an hour. Nothing bad that Swamp Dweller did. He's amazing. We love him. But I'll explain in the next half hour at the break. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Zinero. Zinero is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. A little bit of a new feature here as we head on over to Among the Missing for a weird, strange story.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Among the Missing YouTube channel on Spaced Out Radio. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'm about to take you on an unbelievable journey of people just like you. Their stories and encounters will haunt us on Among the Missing. Dennis Martin was a 6-year-old boy who disappeared on June 14, 1969, while on a family camping trip in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park along the border of Tennessee and North Carolina. The case gained widespread attention and remains one of the most perplexing missing person cases in America today. On the day of his disappearance, Dennis, his father, grandfather, and 9-year-old brother were playing a game of hide and seek in the park. Dennis hid behind a bush and was never seen again. The family searched for him for several hours before reporting his disappearance to park officials. The search for Dennis quickly became one of the largest search and rescue efforts in national park history, involving hundreds of searchers, helicopters, and tracking dogs. Despite the extensive search, no trace of Dennis was ever found. The search was called off after a week, but volunteers and park rangers continued to search the area for years. There are several theories as to what may have happened to Dennis. Some speculate that he may have been abducted by a stranger or perhaps a cult. Others believe he may have wandered off and become lost in the rugged terrain of the park. Some even suggest that he was taken by a wild animal, such as a bear or a mountain lion. Others even say it was perhaps Bigfoot, the Fae, or even the feral cannibals that are rumored to live within the depths of the park. The case has also had a lasting impact on the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, leading to increased safety measures and awareness of the dangers of hiking and camping in the park. The park now requires hikers to register at trailheads and provides information on how to stay safe in the wilderness. The disappearance of Dennis Martin remains a mystery to this day. The case has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and television shows, and has captured the attention of the public for over 5 decades. Despite the extensive search efforts and ongoing investigations, the fate of Dennis Martin remains unknown.
And that's why we appreciate a great story from Among the Missing. And Steve Stockton, make sure you head on over to their YouTube channel, hit subscribe for us. We'd appreciate it. And we'd encourage you to listen to a bunch of their stories. They are absolutely fantastic. From Among the Missing to UFO talk, it's time for little Timmy Senor and the UFO report.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
Tim Senor, how you doing, buddy?
Doing really well. Thanks for asking. Excited for the UFO report tonight. We've got our special guest. Looking forward to it.
Me too, my man. Me too. You know, it's usually you come in, we talk about a bunch of UFO stories that have happened, but the main story that happened earlier today was the Good Trouble Show on YouTube, which is a great friend of Spaced Out Radio. Matt Ford, their host, is one of the best newcomers in this field when it comes to really getting to the governmental and the heart of the UFO story here. He had a great interview earlier on today with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. And I talked to Matt last week, as him and I talk a couple times a week, and he's really one of the great down-to-earth guys on this. And I asked him, I said, would you come join Tim and I on the show to talk about this interview? He was like, absolutely. So Tim, I'm going to bring in Matt here. And Matt Ford, congratulations on your interview earlier today with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Really hard work. I know you put that together. It took a while. So let's get into it for the next 45 minutes or so, because I think this was one of the most important talks that's happened in a long time between ufology and those of us in it, and getting the voice to the government, which is Senator Gillibrand. Thank you so much. How did this happen?
Well, actually, let me jump in first. You have an amazing beard. Every time I see you on Spaced Out Radio, last time I was here, I attempted to grow a beard. It was sort of a half-hearted attempt, but so clearly I gave up on it. But love the beard. This was something we have been a fan of. Exactly, we've been a fan of her efforts on many things politically, but especially on this particular topic. This is, I would say, a very, obviously because of the associated stigma, this has been sort of the third rail that I think probably most politicians never wanted to touch. So my hat has really gone off to her, Marco Rubio, and others, but in particular Senator Gillibrand, because she has really championed this topic. And I think that we, as a nation and as a human species, should be very very grateful for what she is currently up to, and I think the things that will be coming hopefully soon.
I want to ask you about how this all came together, because politicians usually don't meet with YouTubers, podcasters, so on and so forth, unless, it has something to do with maybe an electoral year or something along those lines. How did you get this interview to come together?
I've been in touch with her office I would say for well over a year. So, your audience, I think, knows me primarily on the UAP topic, but we primarily have been a producer of political ads, advocating for the Democratic Party. We do a lot of political commentary that is on the left side of the aisle, and for instance, during the 2020 election, we were, I would say, probably the third or fourth largest producer of political ads for Twitter and social media advocating for the Democratic Party. So with that, and on our main our main website, or sorry, not main website, our main account, Stand for Better, we're over 80,000 followers, I think, somewhere around that neighborhood. And I would say with the 100 or so of various videos that we produced, we were probably at least 15, 20 unique video views just on Twitter alone. So with that, we have developed relationships with people in the political world, obviously, on the Democratic side. We don't really have that on the Republican side, but and we hope to grow that, because we strongly feel that the UAP topic transcends party, and we are, even though we advocate for Democrats, we are very vocal in supporting the things that the Republican Party, members of the Republican Party, are doing for this particular topic. So it just kind of organically grew through introductions to various people, and developing a relationship that took some time. These things, they don't happen overnight, and unless you're a CNN or a 60 Minutes where you can just pick up the phone. These relationships, they take a long time to develop.
So in that year, how did it develop to get this interview? Because she has not done any interviews with anybody really specifically on this topic outside of mainstream media. Us being an alternative, that's a little bit of a different sort for her. So how did that come together?
Through a lot of emails back and forth. It's some of it you give these folks, you reach out to them, and then you give them some room to breathe, or to think about it, or they'll say, hey, let's revisit this in a month or so. And I'm sure some of it too just is reliant upon their schedule, and also timing for them as well. For instance, I think probably for her, the timing worked out well from the perspective of just having had that the hearing that she chaired in the was it the subcommittee for emerging threats and something else. I always forget the second word. But yeah, it's essentially been a long process of emailing back and forth and trying to find a date that worked for everyone.
How do you feel about it? I mean, you had her for only 18 minutes. I mean, that isn't a lot of time to drop the gloves and ask some serious pertinent questions. How did you fit it all in?
It was tough. We told them ahead of time of certain subjects that we wanted to touch on, and the subjects that the questions we wanted to touch on were things that we knew or felt confident that she would be able to answer. In other words, for us to go to her and say, we're going to talk about where non-human intelligence is, what lab it's sitting in, or where the saucers are stashed. That's not a road that they are going to go down. So when we structured what we wanted to ask about, we chose subjects that we felt that we could ask her and that she would be able to speak about without having a lot of I can't comment or anything of that sort. Actually, I kind of forgot your question. Sorry. I'm a bit. I go to bed usually around 9, so it's a bit past my bedtime, and I'm a little. So sorry. So ask that again if you don't mind.
Well, just in regards when putting this interview together, how it came about. I mean, was she comfortable to talk to in that 18 minutes?
Oh, yes. Sorry. She was very comfortable. So we actually had 15 minutes of time allotted. We chatted on air for 18, and then we probably chatted off air, off the record for about 10. Which of course that's the stuff I wish I could go into, but I can't. So it was she was lovely, very relaxed, felt very comfortable, I think, with the topic. I don't think that I threw anything that was a curveball. I think it was very straightforward. I think that the last question that I asked about whether the people that have been hiding all of this, the gatekeeper, so to speak. My last question was whether those folks deserved amnesty or should be given amnesty to come forward. And that one she didn't. I don't think she really wanted to answer. So she really, in my personal opinion. So I think it was more. Her answer was more focused back on the whistleblower protection. But overall, yeah, I thought it was a great experience. She was fantastic. Her staff is fantastic. And another thing that I want to bring up, a common thing that you'll hear from people like Mick West is that these staffers, they've kind of just snowed over their bosses. They just, they're all UFO enthusiasts or whatever you want to call them. And that is the only reason that the senators and congressmen have pursued this from a legislative point of view. And that is just absolutely ridiculous. I can tell you from conversations with her staff in particular, they are very dialed into this topic. They care about it. They understand the national security implications of this. These are very, very smart people that have clearances, and they are not by any stretch of the imagination going to, send their senator or congressman down some rabbit hole for who knows why without good reason.
I know what it's like to deal with people in the Canadian government regarding this, and there are a number of talks that happen behind the scenes that are trying to put projects together, and they're talking to officials in Canada, in the United States, in Great Britain, trying to get a focus on what's going on. I would say the difference between Canadian politics and American politics regarding this subject is in Canada, we really aren't taking this subject as a threat narrative. Whereas in the United States, the UFO topic, which is more the UAP topic, is taken very seriously about what's going on in American airspace. I mean, I know with the Canadian side, they want to know the science behind everything. Whereas on the American side, it's more about defense. I mean, do you feel that there was enough constructive chatter going on regarding the potential of the science of everything rather than the defensive measures?
That's a really good question. I have personally been very skeptical of Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, who is the director of Aero. I understand he's a scientist, but I think in that particular program, you don't need a scientist running it. Certainly science is an important part of it, but I think in terms of a program director, I think you need someone that is not solely focused on that aspect of it. I do believe that all of this is a significant national security concern. That's my personal opinion, but I think that a lot of anecdotal sort of evidence or whatever you want to call it, I think points in that direction. I could be wrong, but I think anything operating in our airspace, anything operating in our restricted airspace or in our training ranges, that is a significant concern. I do have one thought. Heard this a question on our chat earlier was why there seemed to be so much focus on the balloons and all of that. And I have no direct knowledge of this. This is just my personal opinion. But I think from a political point of view, there's been so much stigma for so many decades that these politicians that are really advocating trying to treat this topic seriously, the way of presenting this as a national security issue is a good mechanism to get other people on board. So if you're emphasizing the balloons, the drones, possible Russia technology, Chinese technology, and you take everyone in that direction, and you're still lumping in UAP as far as a non-prosaic thing into that bucket, naturally they're going to end up having to look into that other bucket. So I think that probably a lot of the language that you hear from Senator Gillibrand, Senator Rubio, and others, while at the surface level, it seems like it's all about balloons, all about drones, I think that it's playing a larger game to make sure that the Aero Office is funded, that this whole effort is funded to get to the bottom of it.
And Tim, I apologize for not bringing you in just yet, but I want to ask one more question here. So we got about 3.5 minutes before we go to break here. To me, it signifies what I've been saying on this show, Matt, that there is a real difference between UAP and UFOs. We heard a lot about it in your conversation with Senator Gillibrand today, as you just mentioned, about Russia, China, drones, balloons, everything like that. Is there, from your point of view after talking to her, a big difference? Because for our audience, we don't really care about the balloons. We don't care about the drones. We don't care about Russia and China. We want some damn aliens, man. We bring on them aliens. And I say that facetiously, but that's the truth about it. That's why I'm really starting to learn that there is a huge difference between UAP and UFOs. I may be in the minority with a lot of people in ufology, but in your conversation with her, where do you stand on that?
You and I have spoken on this on the phone, just socially. I personally, I think that for those of us that have been tracking this topic and understand it as much as we can to a great depth, it's easy for us to discern the sort of nuances. But politicians that may not have been tracking this subject, or just anyone else that has not been tracking this subject, whenever you say UFO, you immediately, if you say it to anybody on the street, 9 times out of 10, that response is going to mean, oh, do you mean little green men? Do you mean Martians? That is the automatic response. So if you're talking to somebody like that does not understand this topic, has not read into it, and they immediately go to what in their mind is ridiculousness, you're never going to get past that point. They put in that block. Versus if you say UAP, most people at this stage do not understand it. So I personally don't have a problem with if it's a mechanism to get people to pay attention to this topic and to take it seriously without stigma, I'm all for it.
I love it. 90 seconds to go here. I want to get one more in. Yeah, Tim, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. You can quickly.
Tim's giving the thumbs up, though.
Tim, you can quickly speak here if you want. But Matt, there's going to be some, with an interview like this, there's going to be some flack, some criticism that maybe you didn't ask her the hard questions. I get it on this show too, because everybody wants that aha, caught you moment, that piece of audio that just absolutely, stuns people. You're not going to get that from a politician. You're not going to get that. And it's really in the way you ask the question, because you don't have to hammer home to make somebody uncomfortable. What do you say to the people who are going to listen to this 15 minutes? And we encourage everybody to go to your channel to watch it. Give me a 30-second answer on that.
Yeah, it's easy. These folks, they're not going to get in front of, what's the saying? They're not going to get ahead of something that they're not supposed to. In other words, if Senator Gillibrand isn't going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we've got aliens or whatever stuffed in some closet, and get in front of maybe something that the White House is in front of. They are very careful about their messaging, and it's it's understandable. I think things have to be rolled out in a very specific order. That's my personal opinion. No one has ever told me that, but I think that's what we have to do.
Awesome. Matt Ford is joining us on a special edition of the UFO Report with little Timmy Senor. Yes, I promise, Tim will talk in the
Please.
next hour. Spaced Out Radio continues with the UFO Report right after this.
Hi, Tim. How are you?
Matt, welcome to Spaced Out Radio, buddy.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here. So I'm a little out of it tonight. It's been a very long day, but I'm very glad to be here. And yeah, Tim, yeah, definitely. I can kind of ramble on, and especially if I forget the question, I'll just ramble. So yeah, feel free to jump in, or Dave, however you want to do it. But
That's great.
super glad to be here, and super glad for the really great friendship between Dave and I, and Spaced Out Radio. Dave's really been a good friend and offered so much great advice. And yeah, as I told Dave, Spaced Out Radio was the very first podcast I ever listened to, and also very first podcast I ever listened to on the UAP topic. So I never dreamt that I would be on this show, to be honest. So
That's
yeah,
great. That's great.
Tim never compliments me like that. Thank you.
I think Dave knows.
I'm teasing.
Yeah.
Oh, my condolences to your Canadian musician that just passed.
Yes, Gordon Lightfoot. He
Yeah.
went sundown.
That yeah, boy, that his stuff always totally brought me back to my childhood in the 70s. My parents were always listening to that.
You know what? This is what sucks about YouTube. I would love to play some Gordon Lightfoot tonight.
Right. Yeah.
You know, whether it's like my favorite song by him is Sundown.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And-
beautiful song.
And, you know, or The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. I would love to play some of those songs, and all because of, you know, and I understand the copyright infringement. I
Right.
get that, but it's frustrating, you know,
Right.
because I would love to play something like that.
Yeah. I get it. I totally.
Apparently the song Sundown was it's one of the stories behind it was he got sick and tired of people coming up to him because he lived on an island right by Vancouver Island, and he got sick of people coming up to him and while he was smoking a joint and trying to, you know, talk to him, and, you know, while he's sitting on his patio, and he got frustrated by it.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. What a great musician and songwriter. Amazing. Tim, where are you located?
I am currently in Oregon.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep.
I
Right.
love.
Right here. Actually, we are very close to the Trent property where one of the very first UFO photographs was ever taken.
Wow, that's
So-
cool.
Yeah, it is really cool out here. We've got a pretty deep history of UFOs out here. So, and Sasquatch, I suppose, but I have never seen a Sasquatch.
Yeah, that's that's love. Yeah, I've never seen a Sasquatch. I've had.
What about a
orbs.
UFO?
Oh yeah, no, say that again.
Have you seen a UFO?
Oh yeah, five times they've appeared at my home. As soon as I started interviewing Robert Hastings, that's when they appeared. So the last one was about 5 weeks ago. So they're orbs. I've never had a solid craft show up, but they've come as low as about 200 feet above my house. But he has to drink before briefings. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. Hey, it'll be a really great press briefing. But yeah, that's
where are you located?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay.
But yeah,
wow.
prior to ever.
Go ahead quickly.
Oh no, just say prior to looking into the UFO topic, I'd never seen a thing my entire life, and I'm 54.
Wow.
Hold on. 1, 2. Okay. Thank you to the super chatters tonight. Random guy with 11 of them.
What?
Louis, Mike with 2, Deb Picks, Little Timmy Senor, Lucy Bell, and who else? W. Decker, thank you. Strange Highness, good to see. Thank you. And Derek. Also, just quickly here regarding the change of Swamp Dweller. The reason why I made the change was Swamp Dweller's a busy guy, and we were advertising his channel for over a year. And I talked to Steve Stockton from Among the Missing, and Steve and I worked out a deal where Steve is going to end every one of his videos with pushing people to Spaced Out Radio, and we're going to be in return for this. So it's just an equal fit for everyone. So here we go.
Very nice.
We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. UFO Report with Tim Senor is continuing right now. Our resident Timbit will get some words in this half hour with our special guest, Matt Ford, from the Good Trouble Show on YouTube. Make sure you go hit subscribe and ring that bell for him after his great interview earlier today with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand regarding UFOs. Tim, I know you got a bunch of questions that you want to ask Matt, so fire away, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go for it.
Matt, welcome to Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for joining us for the UFO Report. And also, thank you for paving the road in ufology for the bipartisan issue that we kind of all share here in UAP UFO. So I think you're doing a fantastic job covering it. And so keep up the good work there. I had a couple of really cool takeaways, and I thought this was a great interview.
Thank you.
One of the big takeaways that I got, and I haven't heard anyone really bring it up, and I kind of thought it was a big deal, was that she kind of inadvertently brought up the fact that she was coming in contact with some bottlenecks in some of the work that she's doing. She's finding a bottleneck, quote unquote. And I was wondering, in your opinion, what do you think she was referring to when she said that?
Oh, I think a couple of things. I think she was referring to the bottleneck in funding for AARO. All of this was congressionally mandated that this particular office be funded, and it wasn't for quite a while. And clearly, the Office of Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, I personally think, was probably behind a good bit of that. That office that is led by Ronald Moultrie, that is the office that has been the most engaged in sort of obfuscating this whole subject. So I think that's one thing. Another thing that I think that she was referring to was the fact that there is no front-facing mechanism for people to communicate with AARO. So the whistleblowers, they've all testified to AARO through going through a senator's office. AARO has no website. AARO has no published phone number. AARO has none of this. So there is no front-facing communications plan that they have. And in particular, in the hearing that she held, she asked about that. She asked Director Sean Kirkpatrick, "Where is the website?" And he mentioned, or he said that he had submitted it to OUSDINS, and it was still sitting there. I think those were probably the two big things, but also as well, which wasn't the letter that was just recently sent to Director Haynes, Admiral Haynes, and to SecDef Lloyd Austin. One of the other things that was mentioned in there was that they were asking, as is mandated in this legislation, that whistleblower testimony or information be reported back to Congress. And the wording in that letter indicated to me that that was not occurring. So from my view, I think those were the things that she was speaking about.
Yeah. And you brought up the fact that there was no public facing mechanism for reporting, but she did kind of hint that that was something that she was very good at putting together and had really been planning to do. So I thought that was another really great takeaway from the conversation. Another insinuation I felt perhaps had been made, and maybe you can agree or disagree with this, that the orb video that was shared during the DoD release perhaps was an Iranian drone. And I don't know if that came across in the conversation to you, but was that something that you felt was kind of made as an insinuation by your conversation?
I would have to go back and read the transcript again. That didn't stick out to me. Maybe it was something I just happened to miss. But I don't think so.
Okay.
But I have to say, I'll have to go back and listen to it to see if it was something I just didn't pick up on.
Totally understood. And I also understand why you're not able to come at her with very direct questions on things that obviously she wouldn't be able to answer on. We'd all love to know more about obviously non-human intelligences and where they stand. But I'm wondering, do you think, in your opinion, after your conversation with her, and perhaps even with your confidential behind the scenes conversation, would you, in your opinion, say that she feels that confirmation of non-human intelligence is somewhere in our future?
I do not know. But personally, I think from what sources have told me that it is around the corner. So what I would say is Senator Gillibrand and her staff are some of the smartest people I've come across. As most of these folks are that way, that managed to get this far in politics. I would be very surprised if she didn't feel that way, but I have no information that would confirm or deny that. But I think in general, especially listening to your last guest, Ron James, a lot of what he had to say really rang true. These folks know. They know that. I mean, yes, there are drones. Yes, there are various mechanisms of surveillance that countries that are not friendly to us are using and implementing. I think some of it obviously is flown below the radar, so to speak, with these drone. with the balloons. But I'm telling you, these people know. And I mentioned this in the post interview analysis with Chris Sharp and Vinnie Adams of Disclosure Team. You really have to read between the lines. For instance, if you listen to Marco Rubio speak about this subject, he'll talk about drone, and then other. It's like at the very end. When you hear keywords like other or we need to know about if Russia or China or Iran has some technology or maybe something else, it's that something else. I think that's what you'll find they're referring to. The something else is not made by human hands.
Right. And before I toss it back over to Dave, my final thing was what she said kind of in the beginning of the interview, that we're still seeing that the military is propagating the stigma and that people are still having a hard time wrapping their head around the conversations that need to take place with the whistleblowers and bringing this to the public. Can you kind of maybe bring another aspect of that to our audience?
I'm not quite sure. So
So
maybe kind of
she was
rephrase.
referring to the fact that the military is still coming, it's still kind of making it hard for whistleblowers to come forward by making it so stigmatized still. They're still not really considering it something that they want their people to come forward and talk about. And so I'm wondering, is she kind of insinuating that we need to change things kind of in the conversation there? Or is it something that she's trying to work in as far as perhaps getting things declassified at a certain level so it's easier to talk about? What do you think that conversation was really about?
Well, I think that I think for one of the things that she encouraged was whistleblowers to come forward to her office to talk about their experiences. What I can tell you is post Kirkpatrick hearing, that really was a punch in the gut to many of these whistleblowers. He very much seemed to blow them off, and just in my view, sort of had a seemingly arrogant opinion about it. And everything that I've been told from various whistleblowers is they were very, very disappointed and very put off by it, and sort of discouraged to come forward. Now, I'm hoping with her statement about talk to her. She has more legal authority, and the committees have more legal authority at this moment than the Arrow office. So if you are a whistleblower and you have very specific information to share, there were some mechanisms shared with me off the record on what needs to be relayed to them for them to get their information forward, and it's not to Arrow. And I will be reaching out to some folks to disseminate that information. So I think that perhaps maybe she understands, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I'm guessing perhaps she understands that there's a need to have a different mechanism to bring this information for her. It is clear that the DOD is doing everything that they can to try and bury this, try and put this toothpaste back in the tube. Personally, I think a lot of it is probably for legal reasons. I can tell you without a doubt that the things that I'm aware of in terms of retaliation against whistleblowers, a lot of people are going to end up in jail. Period. The end.
Really?
And 100%. So
Matt, I got to cut you off right there. That's a pretty strong statement.
Yeah, and I you can take that to the bank. So if what comes out about the retaliation that has taken place against these whistleblowers, I guarantee you there are going to be some serious legal ramifications. So with that in mind, you have to look at it from somebody that has gone to these measures of administrative terrorism and other things. There's a strong legal reason, incentive on their part to keep this whole thing buried. And there are men and women that have served this country have made tremendous sacrifices to serve this country, but also things that they have done to go forward or to come forward with their whistleblowing information. It's to no positive. It's almost to their detriment. They're sticking their necks out on the line, and my heart goes out to these guys. They need to be respected. They need to be listened to. And I understand there's certainly a case for anecdotal evidence. If there's not, radar data or maybe something that can back them up or back up their particular thing. That does make it challenging. But when you have several former U.S. Air Force nuclear launch control officers or above ground nuclear personnel going and testifying to not to Sean Kirkpatrick, but to one of his staff, and that is maybe not getting up to Congress, that's wrong.
Very understandable. Tim, thank you for some great questions there.
Yes, thank you, Tim.
I want to ask you regarding the governmental side, and I know this really wasn't spoken of. This was more of a political type talk, but do you get the sense that Senator Gillibrand does understand the public or the UFO community's love of this subject and wanting to know about this subject because it's so unique or because of the experiences people have?
I think it's more because of the experiences that they have. The very first question I asked is what got her interested in this topic, or why she was championing it. And the thing that she explained is, for a very long period of time, she has had people in the military, pilots, other people in that have worn our uniform, that have gone to her and said, this is what I experienced. I experienced X during this flight, and I can tell you it wasn't a balloon or a drone or a seagull. And what she explained that she found was so many of these folks experienced retaliation by the DoD, either in and she didn't specifically enumerate it, but things about probably costing people their flight status, their career, their maybe their clearance. And she just said this is not acceptable. These people are merely reporting data, and then the DoD is retaliating against them in an illegal way.
I understand that, but did you ever, in your conversations with her, even privately, and I know that's got to stay private, but does she care about the UFO community or the sightings and experiences people are having? Is she understanding or cognizant, in your opinion, that people are getting abducted? People are having strange experiences happen.
We never got into anything like that. I think the lens that she looks at it in particular is really the national security lens, and that this is not a topic. I believe that she clearly understands that the Pentagon has not been wanting to look at this, and I would venture to guess that it's not dealing with balloons and drones or seagulls or whatever. She's a very, very smart lady, and her staff is very, very smart. And as far as caring about the UFO community, I do think so. She mentioned that she had people that after her hearing come up and tell their stories. I don't think that she has any. I would venture to guess she does not have any skepticism of these stories. I think she's probably a very open-minded, and she certainly is a very smart individual.
Do you plan on having more conversations with her?
I hope so. I certainly hope so. I think that things will continue to develop in a very positive way with this subject, and our hope is certainly to have other political people from Washington come on our show to speak about it, particularly on the other side of the aisle, because I think that it's important that we acknowledge the efforts that they are, the fact that they're sticking their neck out on the line politically on this. It's a risky topic for any politician. It is a third rail, but I do think that stigma is rapidly decreasing, and the more that it's spoken about in a very logical way, and I think looking at it from the national security lens also allows more people to be able to open their mind to obviously the prosaic stuff, but also the non-prosaic stuff.
In your opinion, after this conversation with her, do you feel, and this is a Matt Ford opinion, not a Senator Gillibrand opinion, do you feel that she is taking on the weight of the military-industrial complex for having the stance that she does regarding UFOs?
I think she is. I think that her and others, but in particular Senator Gillibrand, it is a level of courage that no other politician has wanted to really go after this particular topic. I mean, you think about standing up to the military industrial complex, or however you want to classify these gatekeepers or non-governmental organizations that have been managing this and deciding for themselves that we as a species do not need to know about that. That was one thing that she said, was that it is not their place to judge. And she is 100% right. So my hat is off to her. I think her bravery on this topic, and realizing, I would say, in my personal opinion, that this is something that we as a country, and certainly as a species, we deserve to know what is going on.
Tim, we got about a minute and a half here. You got any final questions?
I do. Do you feel, in your opinion, after your discussion, that the focus is on really like the balloon topic and UAP being something mundane, the orbs, quote unquote, being drones and things like that? Or do you feel like the real interest is in the UFO topic? And, or again, I guess this is another option. Do you think this is all about funding? And this is your opinion after your discussion.
Well, I think that funding is essential. You can't have a program without funding. But my personal opinion is that I think this is, obviously the military needs to pay attention to the prosaic stuff. But I think at the end of the day, this is about the non-prosaic.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Matt Ford from the Good Trouble Show, thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio and breaking it all down for us.
Anytime.
It was a lot of fun and great work on your interview with Senator Gillibrand. And I encourage all of our audience, whether you're in radio land, YouTube land, podcast land, to head on over to Matt's channel at the Good Trouble Show. Hit subscribe while you're there. Ring that bell. And Tim, thank you so much for your great questions tonight on the UFO Report. Hey, we didn't have to plan anything tonight, man. Matt made it for us.
It's a lot of fun.
It was fun. I'm glad to come on. I forgot who was suggesting that I run for, or that I offer my services to whatever administration is, to be their press secretary, as long as I can have some grape juice while I'm doing it.
That's right. Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother Is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Facebook, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, LinkedIn, and on Twitter, hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Good job, boys. Good job.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Sorry, I'm so out of it today. I think I got up at like 5, so it's been a long day, and my brain's just kind of mush.
It was
Oh,
great.
dude, that
That's
happens. That happens. We appreciate you taking time for our audience because I know it was a big day and a big deal for you tonight, and it's something that we needed to have you on, and you obliged us. So I'm very
so
appreciative
glad
you did that for us, man.
Oh man, thank you. This is a great exposure for myself as well. So, so I appreciate this opportunity.
Yeah, I appreciate it too. The only thing I forgot tonight was to actually play clips because I knew between Tim and I we'd have so many questions for you, but that's okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I like it, especially when I'm tired. I kind of forget the question. I can kind of go off on a tangent. But
No, it was great. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you. I'm catching so much shit on Twitter about why didn't you ask this? Why didn't you ask that? But I fully expected that.
Yeah, but you know what? You had 17 minutes. How are you supposed to ask her if the Earth is flat in 17 minutes?
Well, and that was the other thing. That's why I didn't do any follow-ups because I was trying. It was slotted for 15, and I had seven. I had 7 questions, and I wanted to make sure that I got through all the questions. I didn't want to get off on a tangent, then miss the other 4 questions or whatever. So,
and look, I listened to it. I thought she gave very canned answers, which
sure,
any politician would, but the main thing that I take away from this is, and I hope ufology looks at it this way, and I know many won't, and that's okay. Okay. But the way I look at it from a journalistic point of view, Matt got the door open, guys. He got the door open to getting that public conversation, not a private conversation, but a public conversation. Like Tim's always saying, I'm so bloody negative here. And he rips me behind the scenes about it. Dave, you're so negative. No, I'm teasing. But we needed to get that door open.
Sure.
We really did. And 15 minutes, you're not going to get, look, guys, you're not going to get the best margaritas mixed up in a world in 15 minutes.
Right.
But the main thing is we got an appetizer.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. We wanted to make sure we got through all the questions and we knew that if we derailed we could end up with just kind of nothing. And this is one of those things you really only have one shot at it. So you want to make sure that you're doing whatever you can to make sure that you're delivering at the end.
I mean, I think it's massive. We had a senator talking about UFOs, UAP.
Sure.
I mean, for me I'm kind of new to this, 2019. That's massive to me. The fact that it's being taken seriously on the Hill.
Agreed. Oh, totally.
I think it's huge. So I thought your questions were great.
Thank you.
It's perfect. And so next time, maybe you can push the envelope a little further.
Exactly. That's exactly the idea. Yeah, 100%.
Well done. Well, I know you're fighting off yawns. Maybe Dave has one more quickie for you before we let you go, buddy.
Well, nice meeting you. Thank you very much for the kind words.
Super great to meet you too. Thanks for coming in.
Matt, I know you can't. I already know you said no, but I still think you got to try and make it to Vegas. Make that 4-hour drive, buddy.
I would love to. Our whole industry just went on strike. So and that could last for a while. So if the shows were going and the money was rolling in, I would definitely do it. But we could feasibly be shut down for a few months. So with the writers strike. So if something happens, 100%, I would love to be there. I love Vegas. Would love to meet you in person and meet your friends for sure. So I'll definitely keep it in mind if something works out.
We're a bunch of weirdos, man, and
me too.
Don't let the critics hit you too hard. I mean, just let them back, man.
Yeah, cool. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate your encouragement.
All right.
Cool.
I don't know if Random Geek is going to show up. By the way, everyone, I put the link. I'll do it again if you missed it. Here is the link to where'd it go? I just missed it here. Oh, I know why. Hold on. I'll put the link up again. It's because I'm editing. That's why. But yeah, if you want to tune in to Matt's show and get the link out, I'm going to put the link in the chat room once again for you guys to do it. Please be, please do yourself a favor. Leave Matt a comment, hit subscribe, and ring the bell on his channel. This is how we get bigger and better by helping each other out, man.
100%. It's a team effort.
All right. Take care, Matt.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks again for having me, Dave. Anytime. Love coming on your show. Very nice meeting you. Okay,
Take
cheers.
care. Yeah, Timmy, I don't know if Random Gee is going to join us or not. I did send him the link.
That's cool. I have to get up wicked early anyways.
Why? What do you got to do? You got to make coffee in the morning? Is that what it is?
That's the third thing. Yeah, right after jogging and walking the dog, that is like the third thing.
Do you do the jogging thing?
I live in the perfect place for it. Yeah, I do.
Every time I like you, I want to hate you more.
It's the only way I wake up. It's just plus it gives me a feel for like what the day is going to be like. I get good UFO photos really early in the morning. No, I'm just kidding. I've never seen a UFO in the morning jog. But see, you're yawning. I'm making you tired just talking about it.
Oh, I know that jogging thing. I just literally worked out right now because
put you right to sleep. Indeed, but yeah, I'll hang out with you if you're looking for a hangouty.
No, dude, you go right ahead.
All right, cool. I'll catch up with you mañana, and we'll hang out on Wednesday, shall we all?
Absolutely, buddy. Absolutely. Cool. Have a great night, and hope your wife's feeling better. And enjoy your night, buddy.
Will do. Chat, thanks for being there. It was a great show. Just one little word here. Ron James is such a cool dude to hang out with. Like the guy you just saw on camera is like the guy that you'd be sitting across from if you were to meet him. He's a swell guy. I got to meet him only briefly. I wish it was longer, but I can tell you, you should definitely go check out his film if you haven't already. I think I've seen it like 4, maybe 5 times, and each time I write down more notes and stuff. It's really good. So massive Ron James fan sitting right here.
Hold on. Little Jimmy Goodall wants to come on the air.
Cool. I haven't seen Jim in a while. Jim, yes. NRG. Oh, we're scoring big. I will definitely hang out.
Oh,
you got some Jim Goodall.
Where did Random Guy go?
Skipped in, skipped out.
Like, you're right there, Random Gee. What the hell are you doing?
He doesn't know. He's afraid of my deep, penetrating questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Good old Random Gee. He was here. We did have a moment of Gee time.
I love how this guy has the most technical difficulties. Is Jim Goodall coming in? Because that'd be great.
I just sent him a link.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, there's Gee. Hey, Gee.
There he is.
What up?
What up, B?
What's happening? You sound like you're in the bathroom.
I know. I'm having all kinds of issues right now. I don't know what's going on.
Pull your finger out, Brady. Come on.
Some aliens? What?
Oh, it's like I feel like Timmy during an interview for an hour sitting there silently.
Oh no, I was engaged. I did not want to interrupt, actually.
No, I like this dude. I like the Matt guy. I already tweeted. You'll see if you haven't already what I tweeted.
Matt is good people. Yes.
I'm a fan instantly.
Good guy. He's a good guy. Let's see what @randomgee tweeted.
I got a great screenshot of him taking a sip of wine when I tweeted it.
Grape juice.
Yeah, grape juice is wine, Timmy. It just may or may not have alcohol.
Okay.
Well,
Don't-
Timmy's got to go to the bathroom.
What?
Are you in the bathroom, RG? What is going on there, Echo guy?
I'm on headset right now, so this will be resolved. This will be resolved in 48 hours.
Headset people. He's living in the 90s. He's got. Can
No.
you imagine? the
I'm
headset?
using a $300 pair of
Hey.
earbuds, but it's not the same because I'm using the wrong device. So
We just
in
got
40
joined by Jim Goodall, the man, the myth, the legend.
Who Random
Uh-oh.
Gee will get to meet in Las Vegas, along with all of our fans. Well, Jimmy Goodall, how you doing?
He may not be able to hear us
Problem
yet.
getting
is he muted?
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm a little bit fried right now.
Stick your tongue out if you can hear us.
What kind of fried, Jim?
The audio is about 2 seconds delayed.
Well, that'll work out because
So
I'm about
let-
5 seconds
let me-
behind
Let
everybody.
me go out. Let me reboot it.
I'm putting ice in my drink, so don't mind the clanging sound.
On a Monday. Unbelievable.
Yeah, just grape juice get in my belly.
Unbelievable.
It's not really grape juice, though. We all know that.
This guy.
All right, let's see.
Monday
So did we?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can hear my. I hear my voice. Sounds okay now.
All right.
Sounds
I
good
just-
to me.
I just got back from spending 2 weeks in the jungles of Belize.
Yes.
Nice.
Uh-oh, yeah, I hear my voice is being repeated.
Did
It
did
just
something
ended right now?
did you succumb to an injury while you were there, Jim?
The audio is
Oh, he had to jump out. Bummer. I think he had a leg injury while he was there. If Twitter.
It's Random Gee. Look at that. Look at old
This
Random Gee.
smiling guy.
Oh, look at that little apple juice he has there. Oh,
Unbelievable.
Uh-huh.
Little
You know
Vegas
what?
Golden Knights action.
You know, hey, my Edmonton Oilers are gonna kick the crap out of your face. Bring it on! Yeah, baby. So, little Jimmy Goodall, can you hear us now?
I'm going to see if I can hear my voice.
Oh, you sound much better.
Yeah,
You sound really good.
No, I can hear you, but I can't hear it when two people are talking or 3 people are talking. My brain. It's echoing again. I'm going to close this out and then try it again.
I think that was his nice way of saying "shut the f up, Mike and Tim."
Little Jimmy here. I think I'll be honest with you. I think Jimmy is feeling
Easy
pretty
boy.
good.
Yeah,
He's feeling pretty good right now.
I like it.
Well, I think he has an injury from his trip to Belize. I think he cut his leg, and he may be on pain meds or who knows what. But I think he got bashed up in an injury. I think
That's
love
terrible.
to confirm
That's
with him.
true.
Yeah, he was checking out some ruins and some like really cool places, and I shouldn't be telling his story. I don't know why I am, but I think yeah.
You're not his biographer?
No, I just happen to know because he's my buddy. So I could be completely wrong too. Who knows? We'll see. I'll let him tell you. So yeah, we're getting all charged up. It's gonna be wicked fun out there in Vegas. Are you guys excited?
I am pumped up.
Are you gonna show us how to win, RG, in the slots and at the tables?
Yeah, I wish I might be doing a show when you guys are here too. I'm actually doing a show Thursday, and I might be doing a show. Yeah, I'm doing a show in Thursday this week, and then the next one is like May 18th ish, somewhere around there. So you guys might get to see me do stand up in person.
Well, great. Another night of non-funniness in Vegas.
I would love that.
I think it'd be cool, actually. I'd cheer you. I'd be like yelling, "Random gee!"
Well, no, because the best part is this is going to be the first routine that I've done where I talk about UFO stuff. And SOR and Nicole and all this other stuff. So everybody gets a free shot in this show.
That's going to be great.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's little Jimmy Goodall. There he is.
Gizmo, 6 old fashions. That's what we're on tonight.
Mike Bothwell, I haven't seen the latest. Did the Senators finally sell? Looking good, little Jimmy Goodall.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, I got 11. I had to donate blood and DNA to the Mayan gods on my first full day. At the end of about a 1.5-mile trek through one of the cleared sites, not far from Punta Gorda. And Punta Gorda is in the south end of the country of Belize, and it's referred to as the asshole of Belize. And people are nice, but there's like not more than 150 yards of good paved road. The rest is potholes. And it's pretty pathetic. But
so what happened?
First of all, we had access to a large tract of land, about 7,000 acres that no one's ever been on. And we were able to identify anomalies via the satellite of stone structures. Most of them were just piles of rubble, but they were Mayan rubble. And then as luck would have it, I don't know if it was luck, I think it was destiny. We linked up with the mayor of this little village in the middle of nowhere in Belize. And they, every Mayan site in the country is controlled and owned by the government, except one. And that's the one we ran into purely by accident. And we fixed, we've done a lot of good PR over the last 2 weeks, and I think they love us. And now we just got to do is finalize the paperwork, and we're going to have a 2,000-year-old, 300-acre Mayan pyramid complex and town, ours to do a series on. Like Oak Island, who hasn't found anything in 10 years. We have 3 2,000-year-old Mayan pyramids.
Whoa.
And the picture I have on Facebook, if you go in there and look at the my front page, that is the very, very top of the largest of the 3 pyramids. And Jared Murphy was standing at the very peak of it. There's some wall exposed, and there's a inset burning open chamber chimney going up and steps coming down. You go up there and say your good stuff to whomever you're praying to, and then the priest. This is to the Mayans in the town, in the little village. He walks down through the incense, and that's supposed to have special powers and stuff. This whole thing is it's like I posted to a couple other people tonight, and I'm still fried. I've gotten very little sleep in the last 2 weeks. It's like going into the candy store, buying the very last Willy Wonka bar and opening up, and there's a fucking golden ticket in there. That's what this has the potential of being.
That's incredible. And did you have an injury while you were there, or did I just imagine that?
On the what hell is it? On the Lubantun pyramid complex just outside of Punta Gorda. It's very nice. I'm walking about a mile and a half walk through. I'm in the last 10 feet. I'm going down these oddly spaced steps. I have real bad balance to begin with, and 2 artificial knees, so I don't trust my knees. So I decided to go around and sort of hold on to this little sapling, and I hit something and slipped and went head first. And I got a puncture wound from a Mayan rock that they quarried just above my ankle, and then a slash just below my knee. They're starting to heal now. I have bruises all over the place where I don't see a lot of blood. And then we went out into the jungle on the next day. And the funny thing about it, everybody was upset. I was pissed. I wasn't that all upset. It didn't hurt that much. And just as we come out of the complex on this gravel and dirt road, there's a little medical building, and it's for the villages. So I go in there. It's a doctor. He's from Cuba. So he calls his nurse. She comes walking in because no one has cars. And he starts looking at us and said, "Oh, you did a really good job." He starts cleaning, he hit from Novocaine and cleaning it out. But he took my vitals and said, "Mr. Goodall, how old are you?" I said, 78. His mouth just dropped open. He said, I have patients in here that are 20 years younger than you that wouldn't do what you were doing, just walking around a public place, let alone tracing through. The temperatures have been in the high 90s. The dew point has been about 1 degree below the temperature. The heat index last Thursday, when I literally thought I was going to die of heat exhaustion, because I had used a liter and a half going up to about 3 miles in. And I said, I'm not going to risk, I can go another 3 miles, but I can't do 6 coming back. And so I started to stay underneath just a tree for shade. There's no wind. It's 97 degrees and the dew point is in the high 90s. You can hardly breathe.
Wow.
There was a Mayan, the foreman of this parcel of land that's owned by a friend of Jared's. He's lived there his whole life. He's 63 years old. And he said, as they're walking up the trail, it's hot. And this guy has a long sleeve shirt on, doesn't sweat, whatever. A little bit later, he said, it's really hot. And then they stopped underneath the tree for a little bit of shade, and he says, the only thing hotter is fire. and I talked to some of the locals near the pyramid complex that we're going to be granted access to. This whole thing, it was just the most incredible adventure. I was with Jared Murphy from American Stonehenge and It's Not Aliens, and Michael Roser from the Boston area. And there was a few others that we invited along, and they turned out to be, they just came primarily to be tourists, and it really irritated us because it just did. So we're going to be, those people won't be invited back. There's 4 of us that are the core group anyway. But we met with the villagers. We talked with all the docents at the 2 main sites we went to, the cleared ones that are controlled by the state. They all said, everything in the country is controlled by the federal government, except for one village controls and owns their complex. And it just happened to be a place we fixed her. They haven't been able to get into their clinic for 1.5 years or 2 years. They have no knowledge of tools. power tools or anything mechanical. They can build a thatch hut, but that's about it. And so we're there 3 different times, and we went there, drilled out the door, and the mechanism inside had broken. So even if he had the key, it wasn't going to work. So we were heroes. And my son is a construction superintendent for hospitals in Minneapolis. And all he deals with are hospitals and remodeling. I said, I need a complete doctor's examining room used to donate to these people. We haven't promised that. I just want it to arrive. So I have to call Catholic Charities tomorrow. I went to school with nuns. I also
Say no more.
Yeah, my favorite was Sister Mary Christopher, but my nemesis was Sister Mary Gregory. I think I saw her habit blow open a little bit once, and she had a brown shirt on with a red band, and there was a white thing on the circle, but I couldn't see the emblem on it.
Oh, you're suspicious.
And of course, knee-high boots. So, well, she was wicked. She was wicked.
She was goose stepping at night, is what you're thinking.
Right. Yeah, but she can. She hit you in the back of the head with a ruler.
That would not float nowadays.
Yeah, she's like the Mother Superior in Blues Brothers.
Right. Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah, about as charming too.
Hey, Jim, since we have you here and it's your first time with our good friend Random Guy here, what can you tell us about Bob Lazar that nobody knows? You guys are buddies to an extent, and so what can you tell us about Bob that we've never heard before?
Bob told me face to face here a couple of years ago, the biggest mistake he ever made was going public. He said it's been a nightmare. He had future plans of doing great things. Still, he has. But he said that wish he had.
Are you coming to the Vegas party, Jim?
Yes.
All right, we'll be chatting.
I'm bringing
you and me will be chatting for sure.
I'm bringing my Blackberry books and my 75 years of the skunk works.
Tell Bob to roll through. I'd love to talk to Bob, but if not, I definitely got to talk to you.
He's in Vegas May 1st through 7th, and he's doing a filming just for a promo. They have the DeLorean that was used in Back to the Future. They made about 6 of them, and a couple of them, everything lights up and it drives. And there's a picture of him coming out of the smoke or whatever. And
that's awesome.
Door opening up, and he gets in, or it's all smoky. He gets in, he goes through. I don't know how they're going to do it. And they had invited me to be there, and I said, "Hey, I just got back from Belize on the 30th. I can't go the next day. My wife would divorce me. I have too many ex-wives. I can't afford it anymore, and I love this one. So."
No, that's,
but I'm going to go.
cool.
Now he posted something. I don't know if anybody saw it, but there's on Airbnb. Someone had a house that looked like a flying saucer. But it's a big one.
I've seen some things like that. Yeah,
big windows on it, and he bought it, and he's moving it to his place in Oregon. And he said, "Well, you'll probably be the first guest in our new guest house."
That's great.
So I want to go there, spend a couple, 2 or 3 days with them, and I would like to do a broadcast with them.
So you're saying if he's there May 1st, today was May 1st, correct? So he's here right now?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
definitely. I don't know where he's at. They didn't say. It's going to be on one of the dry lake beds somewhere there.
No, I got it. I would love to meet him.
Yeah, and Jim, when you're in Oregon, go ahead and just call me, because I'll come and meet you guys. If you want me to shoot that promo for you, I'll bring my gear.
Timmy's really good at taking shoe pictures.
Yeah, if Bob doesn't mind, yeah. I called up Joy, his wife. That's who I called first, and she said, "Jim," says, "when you coming?" I said, "Well, it seems like every time I'm getting ready to go, either my wife has cancer or there's a fucking scandemic going on,
Scam down.
Or it's snowing, and I don't drive my car in any snow.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Well, you got a
die.
supercar.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Don't mess with the supercar. Well, also, I guess since you're also a resident Area 51 expert, is there any questions that you guys
I would love
like
to know about that place. It sounds amazing.
I was actually
right behind
there.
you. I figured
I was actually in there on official Air Force business.
Always had a curiosity.
And I think it was April 1964. We went in a Fairchild F-27. The windows were blocked out. I was a telemetry guy, and I was T.D. Wyatt Edwards to support 3 programs.
Area 52.
No, no, that's not Area 52. But to support the YC-141 Category 1, XB-70 Category 1, and a classified program, which turned out to be the Blackbird. And I think it was early April, we had to install some equipment in a hangar somewhere. They didn't say where. I know where it is today. It was at Area 51. And then I snuck in about 1991. The thieving wretch that I was married to, I refer to as the fraud, she took me for everything. But she was a good seamstress, and I had 2 of those survival blankets, the one that's foil on one side and day glow orange on the other. Yeah. And she sewed a quilted pattern of infrared suppressive desert camouflage, and then she made a poncho for me. And this was January of 91 or 92. I went in 5 miles, and I kept going over these rises. And I said, and it seems like I wasn't getting any closer. And I was sweating like a son of a bitch. And it's 30 degrees. I mean, first I have this rescue blanket, this rescue thing on in poncho form, but I had mostly, I had it open. And if I heard something, of course I'm deaf. If I'd heard a payfuck, all I had to do is crouch down into a ball next to a sagebrush or something. Hopefully there's not a critter there that's going to bite me. But I got in and I just got so nervous. I finally worked my way out, and I just, because they're not going to shoot. They're not going to shoot you.
But what was your plan? Like, why did you want to get closer? I guess. What's the motivation?
I had a 500 millimeter lens on my Nikon, and I was going to
500.
Yeah. It wasn't a Nikon lens. I mean, which is about this big around. I've used it 600. A Nikon has a 2400 millimeter. It weighs 200 and some odd pounds. It has
you got to use a tripod for that mofo.
And it's like a garbage can with it's a mirror lens versus a glass lens.
Jim's got the best
Mr.
stories.
Scott.
Yeah,
you look distinguished right now. Your beard's a little bit fuller. Your hair's different. Your whole look is different.
He's lost weight,
buddy.
Yeah, looks it. You look great.
I gotta look for you in Vegas.
Hey, I since this this bioweapon was released, I lost 60 pounds.
The upside.
Yeah. Everybody knowing it. Oh, my ex-wife, the fraud. She found it. Must have been fooling around in some of my belongings, and she found that 60 pounds, and she's only 5'1". So I'm very, very pleased. I saw her in a video when her son got married. So
it's the little things in life, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a God,
Sometimes it's the box that's the most fun.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that weird echo. I don't know if you heard it, Dave. That weird echo is I had the show on YouTube also, and I forgot to turn it off when I
rookie mistake.
And it was that I think it's a 5 or 7 second delay.
Mm-hmm.
It's annoying.
And I'm talking all of a sudden. I'm hearing myself. How in the hell's that happen? And even when I turned the whole thing off, I still hear it. Where in the fuck is that? So
do like a random guy and have it playing in your pocket and not know where it's coming from.
Yeah. Or
I carry two phones also with different audio on each.
Or I have my light on this thing, and I'm I can't find my cell phone. I'm looking everywhere. Oh, fuck, it's right here.
Using your cell phone light to find your cell phone. Yeah, I get it.
Can't find my
I don't know where in the hell my I've been looking. I can't find them I've looked absolutely everywhere, and there they are. That type of shit.
Yeah, I broke my glasses and I needed a pair of glasses to fix them. It was a real catch-22.
I know when I took actually 3 pair of reading glasses. I don't need glasses for driving or anything. I broke all 3 pair. It just pissed me off. I mean, one pair I've had for about 10 years, the more faithful ones. And again, this part up here, I guess it broke right here. And so I went my reserve, and then one of these things fell off. And then the other one I sat on, and it sort of bent into an unusable shape.
I love it. Hey, I do have to actually take off here, but I'm going to leave you guys with a joke. Since we're talking about the military, I figure I would talk about the military being the rigors of the military. So do you know how they separate the men from the boys in the Navy?
By their last names on their pants, last I checked.
A crowbar. They use a crowbar.
Ooh, that's a risky joke for you, Tim.
You like it?
Good night, Timmy.
You might get canceled for such a joke up in Portland.
Good night.
Oh, Jesus. No, you can shit on your mom's kitchen table, and it would be acceptable to most people in Portland.
You don't have to pay for anything. You can go in any drugstore and take whatever you want.
I used to love going to downtown Portland. I really did. Back 20 years ago. I mean, it was a great place to go. They had good restaurants. It was a pretty city. It's surrounded by rivers.
Yeah, it still is. It still is. I mean,
some .com millionaire 22-year-old guy or something like that bought an older hotel, but it used to be a classic hotel, and he opened it up just for the homeless to go in there and have a good time.
Yeah,
I mean,
a good time.
It's insane. It's insane.
Depends what county you're in.
Yeah, but
I think they're putting a stop to all that. No more good times around here. Anyways, thanks a lot, you fellas. I will see you all soon.
I love you, Tim.
Thank you, Chad.
Be safe.
It's been tons of fun.
I always enjoy when Tim's on.
Thank you so much.
And of course, the golden voice, Mr. Scott. Ray Baker.
But now we got random here.
Well, I'm just here because I'm good looking, so I'm just balancing out the equation. So
I'll see you guys later.
All right, you have a good one.
Timmy, do it again because
nice.
It's not working.
Tim, it didn't work.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. So, no, I've been going through about 500 or 600 photos, and I didn't do a lot of the shooting. Michael did a lot of shooting, and he has a real nice professional grade video camera, so he's going in 5G or whatever you call it, and we just had a good time. But I couldn't, after I had gashed and slashed my leg and the top of my hand and the upper part of my arm. I've been giving blood all over the damn country. The doctor said, under no circumstances are you to go into any water other than a shower or a pool, as long as it's not green and slimy. It says there's stuff in the rivers and the brackish water around the mangrove swamps that you wouldn't want to get into an open wound unless you want to become the creature from the Black Lagoon eventually. So I didn't go on the 3 boat trips from Punta Gorda into this private property, and they found a poacher camp there, and they know they've taken out a lot of valuable stuff. It's in the shell mound. It's right on the coast. But it's No snakes. I didn't get bit by anything, which surprised the hell out of me. I have never been any hotter than that in my entire life on last Thursday. I had
Clearly never been to Iraq.
No, I haven't, but I live in Tucson. And I'm not carrying a 60-pound pack with ballistic vests and everything else on, being shot at in the process. But as I was tramping through the razor grass, I'm thinking to myself, this is the poor, these 19-year-olds were doing in Vietnam. And I volunteered to go there 7 times. You know where they sent me? Alaska. That was about as far away from Vietnam as you can get. But and then you think about the Bataan Death March. I mean, it's the same operating environment. I can't imagine how I guess they lost an awful lot. I mean, thousands of them on the march. But
I'll tell you what, I'll take Afghanistan or Iraq any day over Vietnam, both the weather and the mission. That was a shit show.
There was no will to win in Vietnam. I went in 62 and I got out in the end of 66. And then I went into with the Minnesota Air Guard in 76. So I had 27 years for pay and retired as a master sergeant.
Hey, there you go.
But I was in an E9 slot, and because of Bill Clinton and his peace dividend, if you were an 05 with 20 good or an E6 with 20 good, you were gone. And
what year did you get out?
Regular Air Force, the end of 66. And then I went back and then went in 76, and then I retired in 97.
Oh, that was right after they force shaped. They closed all the bases in 96.
Yeah.
Like El Toro and everything. Yeah, I remember all that.
Yeah. I mean, I used to live in Mission Viejo. I grew up in
I'm from Huntington Beach.
Okay. My grandmother moved to Laguna Beach in 1921.
Neighbors.
Yes. And I started going to Laguna Beach in 1946. And the Laguna Beach greeter had a crush on my grandmother. Idler Larson. He and I shared the same birthday. And Dr. Ronald Green lived across the street from my grandmother. She lived up in Tempe Hill Drive. She overlooked the whole world. And he was an eye surgeon in Hollywood, very famous eye surgeon. And all the black and white shots he saw of Eiler in costume or just standing on the street corner with his staff and his I think he had a red shirt and blue pants, big flowing beard. I mean, he was really quite a character. But most of the photos there was you could see of Eiler was taken by Dr. Green. But my grandma would come out. He always stood in front of Jolly Rogers, and grandma would have a brunch.
Jolly Rogers, I haven't heard of that in forever.
Yeah, and right across the street on PCH is the Laguna Beach Hotel.
Yep.
My grandmother had been eating there since the 20s, and she's coming out for lunch or brunch or whatever. And Eiler would see her, Helen, oh Helen, and my prim and proper little grandmother holding her purse like this and with a hat and gloves, running in clunky high heels, the short ones down the water side of PCH, and with Eiler would be on the other side.
Laguna does not look the same as you remember it anymore. I promise you. I was there recently.
Yeah, I was too. And
I got a question for you though.
Oh,
and this
sure.
is you can tell me to F off or whatever. That's fine. Because you're a buddy with Bob, and he's a huge subject for me. So, did he ever show you, or in any capacity, either directly or indirectly, 115?
Yes. He showed me something. That's what he said was 115. I looked. It was a very, very small piece.
Was it a canister? How was it contained?
It's been over 35 years.
I know. I'm not going to hold you to the detail, but
yeah. I also saw a diploma on the wall, very ornate. I don't know which one where it was from, but when I was in the Pentagon during Desert Shield and Desert Storm, I had Bob Lazar's W-2 in my back pocket. I marked off his Social Security number, which has never been issued according to the federal government. At the time I was an E6. I'm in my light blue shirt.
Tech sergeant.
Tech sergeant. Yep.
Yep.
And I'm looking for the naval organization that paid Bob. And I couldn't find it in the Pentagon directory. Now, maybe if I'd gotten on a classified system, I could have found it, but it wasn't on the Pentagon directory. So I found the Department of Navy. It may have been NCIS. I'm not sure. I can't remember. It was just, I'm going to go in there and ask. And I go in, and there's a young Lieutenant JG behind the counter. And I hand him Lazar's W-2. And I said, sir, can you tell me where this location is? He looked at it, looked at me. Excuse me, Sergeant. He gets up, goes into the 2-star's office. And there 15, 20 seconds, maybe a little bit longer, comes out, said, the Admiral will see you now. Now, no Admiral is going to talk to an enlisted puke, especially an Air Force, Air National Guard puke.
Yeah, not
under
a chance.
Any circumstance. I go in there, I give him a sharp salute. He doesn't say at ease, he says parade rest. So I'm
No, he did not. That's an asshole. I like him already.
Yeah. And he's holding Lazar's W-2, and he said, Sergeant, I don't know where you got this, but if I ever see your face cross the threshold of my office again, you'll be the most sorriest son of a bitch an NCO in the United States military. Do you understand me, Sergeant? I said, yes, sir. And he said, you're dismissed. And with that, he put it into the shredder.
Fuck yeah. I like it. Well, you got to hook me up with Bob at some point. I got to do this.
And Dave Fruhoff was a friend of mine. He was an SR-71 pilot. He was student pilot when they crashed 957, which was the second SR-71.
Is he still alive? Is he still with us?
No, he just passed away here.
Because I know an SR-71 pilot that passed also. So
yeah, a lot of them have now. I wish,
unfortunately,
I wish Rich Graham would go soon enough. I have a chance to go piss on his grave, but
wow,
I don't like him. He doesn't like me. He doesn't like me. I don't like him, and I don't know why he doesn't like me. But
well, you can still try to find the women he was with and get revenge.
Yeah, but my dad lived in Tullahoma. He was in charge of one of the big wind tunnel complexes there. And Dave Fruhoff lived in Lynchburg, 11 miles away. So I'd known Dave from when he was flying, and now he's been retired and living in Lynchburg. And I call him up and say, hey, Dave, says, I'm only a few miles away. Yep, for a visit. And he said, sure. So I go over there, and I wanted to talk about him crashing an SR-71 and some of the stuff in the SR. And we went over there, and finally, we finished the interview. I said, hey, I got a question. Do you believe in UFOs? And he said, absolutely, positively, they do exist. I said, you want to expand upon that? And I figured he was going to say no. He said, sure. And it kind of surprised me. And like an asshole, I didn't turn the tape recorder back on.
Well, the thing is, if it's not under his NDA, he could talk about it.
Yeah, but he was talked to. He was talked to after the word got out. But I said, what happened? What do you mean? He said, it was late 72, early 73. Vietnam was still going. He's I don't know if he was on a night mission or a training mission. He said he was in night mission. He's on the far Western Pacific. He's at 78,000 feet at Mach 2.7. It's 11 p.m. There's a 3/4 moon off to the port side. Everything's fine and dandy. And he gets a glint off of something reflective, not a round shape. This thing had edges, something reflective, 6,000 or 7,000 feet higher than him and 5 or 6 miles away. He didn't want to open his visor to see if he can see the blackout from the stars, because a lot of stars at 80,000 feet. He didn't want to risk it. Murphy's Law. And so he contacts Cadena on secure voice, asked see if he had another SR up. He said, no, you're up there by yourself. He said, no, I'm not. And so he 2.7 is a sweet spot for cruising on the SR-71.
because top to 3.5.
Yeah, you're at absolutely minimum burner.
Yep.
And 78, you're not thermally stressing anything at 2.7. You start doing that when you go above 3.0. And the ultimate cruise speed for
this stuff. I like it. Hey, I give you props, man. It's the first time I got to talk to you. You actually know this stuff. I like it.
I don't think even Ben Rich said from a historical point of view,
I like it.
No one knows more than me.
No, I'm giving you props. I'm saying right now, things that I've heard directly from pilots. So that's good stuff.
I've interviewed, with the exception of Denny Bush, and he won't talk to me. I've interviewed everybody who's crashed one except for the 4 loss of lives, and I know what happened on those. So, but Bill Weaver, I talked with him 25 years ago when he told me about going in a 60-degree bank at about 78,000 feet, and he had an unstart, and then all of a sudden the airplane went like that, and he found himself outside the airplane. He still had the straps on, but they were cut. He couldn't figure out what was happening. He's just going in a big, he's sort of twirling, so he tries to stop himself. And he said to himself, and this is the same thing that Bill Park said when he had to bail out of the M21 when they had the midair with the drone. He said, Lockheed promised me the main chute will open up at 15,000 feet. Because you can't open your visor at 70,000 feet, you're toast. I mean, you have a lot of oxygen because you're falling a long way, and when you leave a Blackbird at speed and altitude, like Bill Park did, first thing that happens, an 18-inch stabilization chute opens up and puts your ass into the airstream, and the indicated airspeed's under 375.
So you don't break your neck. You need to go horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's a brick shit. Then when you start going straight down, then that's cut, and a 6-foot chute opens up because I don't want you to go supersonic. Because there's no resistance up there. You'll really pick up some speed, and they don't want that to happen. Because if you have to open your chute where you're going really, really fast, it could kill you, literally rip you apart. So he's riding the seat, and he kept telling himself, Lockheed promised me. Lockheed promised me. Bill Weaver said the same thing. Lockheed promised me that the main chute would open up. And I asked.
I'm getting a skunk tattooed if I live.
Yeah. Asked 4 or 5 of the guys that I interviewed, why 15,000 feet? He said the highest point between Area 51 and anywhere in the West Coast is Mount Whitney. Murphy's Law said if you're going to jump out of an airplane, and it's going to be right over the peak of Mount Whitney. So they wanted at least 500 feet of clearance from the highest point on the West Coast to where the chute would automatically open up with an altimeter. So plus or minus a little bit.
Now like 17,000. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's like 17.
No, Mount Whitney's 14,000 something.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and then Rainier is close to it, and that's at 14,400, I think. And
Gotcha.
McKinley's 20.
Yeah, you can jump. You can jump in that without oxygen. You'll be fine.
Yeah. But when Bill Park jumped out, of course, he had the midair collision with the drone. It broke on the 715 splice. He said the fuselage was going this way and twirling. So he's going plus or minus 6 or 7 G's positive, 6 or 7 G's negative. And he said his policy was always stay with the airplane until it's better not to stay with the airplane. So they had the midair at 78.
I got 2 questions for you mid-story. Sure. Is this ox cart or is this operational 71?
No, it's ox cart.
Okay.
It's actually tag board.
Because it's different with the A12 than the actual functional model. But so second of all, was this out of Beale or was it out of Groom Lake?
It's out of Groom Lake.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Continue. I love the story. I'm digging this, man. That was just for my information. Yeah.
So at 65,000 feet, he felt it was safer outside the airplane, so he punched out. And he saw the flash, so he knew that Ray Torek punched out. Ray was his launch control officer. They had complained that if you had a bailout in the back seat of it was always 941 that they were using, you know, the number 141, the last of the series of the A-12s. That was the one they used to launch the 4 launches. The one that's the Museum of Flight 940 or 134. Then was 135.
You got the tail numbers. Damn.
Oh, fuck yeah. There's not that. There's 50 of them. I can tell you where they're all at. And I can tell you.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I can. I mean,
I would be impressed. I know of 2.
I have seen or photographed 34 of the 50 man blackbirds. And I told
that's amazing.
I was having a conversation with Ben Rich, and I asked him, I said, okay, I have been in the A-12 cockpit, the TA-12 cockpit as the Museum of Science and Industry, the M21 when it was at Palmdale, the YF-12A 935 at the Air Force Museum. I've been in the SR-71A, been like 3 or 4 of them. I've been in the SR-71B, and it works for the trainer as well. I've been in Big Tail, cockpit of Big Tail, and I helped take apart 981, which is Airframe 2000. That's the one that's at Hill Air Force Base. So there's 8 of them, and I've been in the cockpit of all 8 types out of the 50 airplanes.
Hey, Jim,
Yes, sir.
Tell random guy about you flying the SR-71.
I don't know if you've seen any of my photos on Facebook or anything.
I honestly have no idea who you are. The only reason is Nicole. Actually, I wasn't even going to come on right now in after time. I'm going to tell you the truth. Nicole goes, you need to go talk to Jim Goodall. He's the man.
I can answer any.
That's the only reason.
I can answer almost any question you have on the blackbirds.
I love it. I love it.
So I talked to Ben Rich once a quarter for about 25 years. We struck up a friendship. I've been in his office a couple of times. I met him after he retired. He gave me a bunch of sides and said, don't show them to anybody until after I die.
I got some of those.
There were shots of senior prom. Their stealth cruise missile looked like a baby F-117. So he calls me in August 81. No, correction me, 89. August 89. He said, Jim, I got it from the horse's mouth that the blackbirds aren't going to make it through Congress. And if anyone can scrounge one, it's you. I said, okay, challenge taken. So I go over to the base. I get on the horn, and I call the Adjutant General's office, state of New York, General Weaver, Paul Weaver. The secretary answers. I said, yes, ma'am, this is Sergeant Goodall with the 133rd. Is General Weaver available? Just a minute, Sergeant, put him through. He gets on the other end and said, Sarge, how can I help you? I said, General Weaver, I got a question. It's not nailed down for sure yet, but how would the New York Air Guard like to move the world's fastest airplane in a couple of your C-5s? Total silence for a few seconds. He said, you mean the Blackbird? I said, yes, sir. He said, when you're ready, you call Will Hall. Okay. So about a month and a half later, so I went to my boss, Major General Al Schwab, and I said, General Schwab, I want to get a Blackbird for our museum. He laughed at me. I said, sir, rather than laugh at me, give me an opportunity to fail. He said, all right, smarty, how are you going to get it here? I said, I got that covered. He said, what do you mean? I said, I called General Weaver in New York. He's a tag at New York. And I said, how would you like to move the world's fastest airplane to one of your C-5s? And he said, you call Will Hall. So then I raised a bunch of money from Honeywell and Rosemont and 3M and Sheldal there in Minneapolis. I got Dayton Hudson Corporation to do it, to pay for I think it's a 27-minute documentary on the dismantling, moving, and recovery of the A-12 number 128. So I got the official letter in the end of August, and when August, because Desert Storm was just getting ready. Desert Shield was just getting ready to start because Saddam was invading Kuwait. So everything got postponed until, this is 90, got postponed until
I remember.
October 91. So we got the okay, and it turns out it was the 8th production A12, number 128, 6931. And
I love it.
I had 3 chief master sergeants, 3 senior master sergeants, and the rest of us were masters or techs. And we took the wings off just outside the landing gear at Wing Station 112. We cut the wings, all 18 wing beams, took the skin off, then cut the wing beams. We made the lineup plates beforehand that we put in, drilled, and then safety wired to the airframe. So all we had to do is line those things up. And I had a lot of really good, smart NCOs doing this.
So what was your actual position at this point when you're a tech sergeant?
I was the wing historian.
Okay.
And
did you work with the U2 also?
No. And the museum, is it the wing executive officer for the museum, even though I was an NCO. It was my responsibility to make sure they got everything they needed. They want a Blackbird? Shit, I'll get that. So we sent a team on October 13th, 1991. We flew a C-130. Flew C-130 into Palmdale, Air Force Plant 42, Site.
You know all the shit. Oh my God,
Site
dude.
10, which is now the Skunk Works, and we took. I got a picture of me doing a book signing at the Skunk Works.
Everything.
With I have met and talked with 6 of the 11 Skunk Works bosses, from Kelly Johnson, Ben Rich.
Kelly Johnson.
Yeah, well, he's a nasty fuck. But
dude, I'm hanging out with you. You're the only person I care about in Vegas.
Yeah,
you're my best friend.
And so,
Dave, you're off the list.
Yeah. So we get the okay. We took the wings off in 2.5 days. It took Air Force 6 weeks to take the wings off of the one that's up at Hill Air Force Base, 981, and I had measured everything, and we had to take the outer wheels off the main gear and the brake drum, the disc brake assembly to clear the floor rails. Because when we rolled the airplane in, we only had a total of 1.5 inches of clearance.
That's pretty narrow. People don't realize how narrow that plane is.
Well, the landing gears, we had to take the outer wheels off. That's 19 feet. The floor is 19 feet wide. It's 121 feet long, and the lowest point's 13 feet high.
It's almost a bunker.
Yeah. But at the time, not counting modified airplanes like the Prignit Guppy and the Boeing Dreamlifter and the Belugas from Airbus, it was the largest single object carried internally in a non-modified cargo aircraft. It was 103 feet long, 19 feet wide, 11 feet tall. So we loaded it up on the 27th of October, 1991. The funny thing about it, we took it apart in 3 days, then we had to leave and come back 2 weeks later so we can schedule the C5s. So the tail number at C5 was balls 21. They call it blackjack. And it arrived, and some colonel had called me on the base and at the museum number. It says, I want to speak to the officer in charge of the recovery of the Blackbird. I said, will you speak him to him? So, well, you're an NCO. I want to talk to the officer in charge. I said, sir, I'm a vice president, general manager of a company Monday through Friday. On weekends, I play air guard, and I am in charge. What can I do for you? Well, I want to come bring a team from Secretary of the Air Force Office of Public Affairs and photograph what you're doing. I said, be my guest. I said, all you have to do is go in security and tell them Sergeant Goodall said it was okay. I could just hear his jaws just tightening up. So I'm on the flight line. I see this colonel coming. Of course, it's a hats off area. And I said, Colonel, I said, glad you can make it. He said, well, thank you. I mean, he was very, very courteous. Well, thank you, Sergeant Goodall. Then I didn't talk to him again the whole time. So we loaded the airplane. The next, that was the 27th. We loaded it. We flew to Travis. We spent the night at Travis.
I was stationed at Travis for a while.
They didn't have fuel at Palmdale for us. So we landed at Travis, C5s. They lived there too, so it's okay. So
yeah. God damn, this is a trip.
We went to Corte Madera.
You know every detail, dude. This is crazy.
Yeah. I'm blessed with.
I know because I've lived this. It's crazy to me right now.
So next morning we take off, and we're about 35 minutes, 40 minutes out from Travis, and the chief master sergeant loadmaster. He's going down and check the load. I said, can I go with you? And he said, well, normally the answer would be no, but since this is your project from the beginning, sure. So I go down and I put a wheel chock on the canopy. The canopy was out of the nitrogen had leaked out of the counterbalance. So it's a heavy fucking canopy. So I climbed up in the landing gear, walked along the chines, opened the canopy. I had a 5-gallon bucket on the bottom of the ejection seat because the seat pack was out and it was all the way lowered with a cushion on it. Went in there, pulled the wheel chock in, closed the canopy.
What's the seat? The seat in that plane, was it custom or was it an ACES?
It was an SR1 ejection seat. It was probably a modified Martin Baker.
I never asked that question, so I was curious.
Yeah, it's referred to as the SR1. And I think they use newer ones later on. But so I'm in there for about 45 minutes. And finally, a wrap on the bottom, and I open the canopy. It's the chief. He said, we got to go up. I said, okay. So I go up, and now we're starting. We're just starting begin our descent into Minneapolis, and the chief comes back and said, the boss said you can be in the cockpit when we land. I'm already in the front end of the C5. There's 75 seats in the back behind the wing box, but I'm up in the cockpit area. I said, no, downstairs. So I go downstairs and I get into the cockpit of the Blackbird. So my plane, I called Ben Rich right after we landed. I said, Ben, I think I've done something no one else on the planet has ever done. I've been in the cockpit of a Blackbird at 33,000 feet at Mach 0.72 inside another airplane, and I landed it.
Mach 7.2, so what, like 400 knots at that altitude?
Yeah. I mean, it's probably one of the coolest things I've ever done.
That's pretty cool, man.
And then
we're gonna share stories in Vegas, I promise.
And someone asked, I wasn't Dave, but it was someone asked me on an interview. Said, "How long can you talk about the Blackbird?" I said, "Minimum 45 minutes."
Do you know personally who is responsible for the LA Speed story?
Which one?
The LA Speed story with LAX air traffic control.
Yeah,
when they picked
F-14 and F-18 and yeah. No, I don't know who it was. It was one of the guys out of Palmdale. So it was flight test.
I'll bet it was. They're so like, hey, how fast am I going? 2,500 miles an hour.
Yeah, they never went 2,500, but they were over 2,100. But
I actually contacted that guy for an
really
show, and his agent got back to me and said, it'll be $4,000.
What? We all know that story.
And I said, hold on a second here. I said, I'm a radio show. This is a speaking engagement. And he kept saying speaking engagement, right?
I mean, I'd throw 100 on it.
And I literally said to him, I said, dude, you obviously are really shitty at your job if you can't tell the difference between a speaking engagement and a radio interview. I said, go back to your client and tell them what an idiot you are.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a classic story.
Daryl Greenemeyer would have done it. And there's a few of the other guys there, Palmdale, whatever, but Daryl for sure. I mean, he was
because most of the guys out of Palmdale they're the experimental types. They have a sense of humor. They usually have good personalities also.
Oh yeah, Bob Gill.
Those guys are the best. The guys that fly to Groom, it's 50-50.
Yeah. My old boss at State Staff was Major General Wayne Gatlin. And his door was always open for me. I just walk in and start shooting the shit with him, if he wasn't busy. And he called me into his office one day. He said, Jim, I got a question. I said, what's that? I said, we're having an officers dining in. I'm just tired of Mac people. Can you get someone exciting? I said, let me call Bob Gilliland. So I did. And Bob Gilliland came to our officers dining in, and I was a guest of General Gatlin. And there was then a colonel, Joe Kasich, who hated NCOs, absolutely hated them. And I went there in a suit, a very nice suit at that, as a guest of General Gatlin. And he's the one who threw me off of State Staff, so I went back to wing. I was still in an E9 slot. So what I did for Joe, he never ever appeared again in the quarterly wing history, regardless of what he did or when he got promoted. So the official history of the Minnesota Air Guard, Joe Kasich doesn't exist anymore. I just made sure, since I was a historian, I wrote everything about the wing. And when I was in State Staff, my job was also to write State Staff history and submit to Air Force. So, and what cracks me up today is I stay in contact with 5 or 6 former guys in the Minnesota Air Guard, and they're all generals. That just cracks the hell out of me.
Well, yeah, we're old. You're even older than me, so I'm sure most of my friends are E9s now.
Yeah, I'm 78. I'm 78. So, but I've been over every square inch of the back half of a YF-12 because that's what 981 is made of, and the functional engineering mock-up for the forward fuselage. And I helped restore the cockpit of the M21 for the Museum of Flight because I had a lot of the flight instruments. I have an A12 Mach meter. I have a SAS out of the M21. Out of the one that launched the drone, it had the mid-air, but they removed it after the second flight. It was having some problems, and it was on the repaired shelf. I have the altimeter out of 974 when it crashed in the Philippines. I even have an outer wing panel, composite wing panel, off of A12-128. I have a lot of stuff on the Blackbird. Did you freeze?
No, I'm still here.
No, random guy's not moving. Oh, he went off.
Freeze? Yeah, he'll be back.
Okay, I'm gonna have to crash here in a minute. That's after 1. Oh shit.
Me too.
Yeah. So, yeah, tell random guy I'll sit down and chat with him all he wants.
Yeah.
He may have to buy me a steak dinner, but.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, last I checked, he only buys scrambled eggs and toast.
We'll see about that.
Random Yee, for the full conversation with Jim, you got to buy him a steak dinner in Vegas.
I think that's worth it. That's worth it to have his time. I'd love to pick your brain. And I also want you to put me in touch with Bob because I have no connections to media or anything like that. This is personal journey. And when you meet me, you'll understand why. I'll qualify it for you.
Okay. I mean, I'll ask him. I won't.
Yeah, but I'm just a guy. But after we meet, you'll understand.
No, I know.
Why?
If that fuzzy-haired guy up in the upper corner says you're a good guy, that's all I need.
I never said that.
You didn't say that. No, you said, "Oh yeah, he's a motherfucker." That's what you said.
Well, I say "F you, Dave," so I mean, I don't. Take it for what it's worth.
No, he's the golden voice of Central BC. We have to be nice to him. So, but that's, I mean, I could go on literally for hours or lose my voice.
No, definitely in Vegas, Yumi. I got drinks, food, whatever on me when you're with me.
Yeah, when I don't drink, but I do eat.
All right, I got you dinner on me. If you'll share more stories with me.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, people say, "What are you holding back on?" I said, "Absolutely nothing." If I hear something that's juicy, I'm gonna let Dave know. I'm gonna let Ron Mason know. I'm gonna let probably Michael Schratt. He's like my kid. I
met Schratt through SOR. I don't think he's my biggest fan, but he probably thinks I'm too much of a smart ass because I don't think he was military.
Well, he's not. But no one does what he does better than Michael. Nobody.
No, I have utmost respect for him.
He's given 5 presentations at the Washington Press Corps in June with Greer, and he's invited me, and he says I said, well, I'm not going to come if I don't have a seat or don't have a ticket. It says, no, I want to get you in the front row.
Wow.
So I'll see.
Well, we're gonna get. Hopefully, I can impress upon you who I am, and then we can make some things happen. And
I'll chat with you. I'll chat with anybody. Shit. I
appreciate that.
I'm not out for fame and fortune.
Me neither. That's why I go by random guy.
And I've had too many. I've had too many ex-wives and done.
I got one.
All right, I'm really close to my first wife. We lost 2 babies.
Oh man,
2
sorry to hear
births, and I had one die. Andrew died in my arms, and then number two was the Antichrist. That she was punishment for something evil I did in a past life. Like
that was my first one.
Maybe kill off the entire Mayan population of Mesoamerica. That's why I'm looking for their pyramids right now. And then I was married to the fraud. She was a cross between Marilyn Monroe, Goldie Hawn, and Linda Lovelace. I mean, I had a great 10 years. I didn't know that it was all pretend on her part. And then she literally took me for over 7 figures. Took me for everything. But I landed on my feet. There was a computer glitch, and I found my next and final wife on Match.com. And
Really?
Yep.
Wow, I tried all the online dating. That did not work. I had to go to SOR to find somebody. So
there's some evil women out there. Trust me. So
I believe
it.
Other
than that, like I said, I didn't get much sleep last night. I didn't get hardly any sleep the night before, and I about broiled to death for 2 weeks. But it didn't rain. It rained the first full day, and that's when I slipped and got my 11 stitches. And then it rained Saturday night. I mean, a hellacious rainforest, tropical thunderstorm, lightning, wind blowing all over the place. I couldn't keep my weed lit, and it was terrible. So I'm also a 78-year-old pothead, but
you do edibles or just smoke?
No, I smoke. I do both. No, and
I'll bring you edibles because I don't mess with it. And my buddy works at a dispensary. He brings me edibles all the time. There's a stack of them on my fridge right now. I'll bring them to you. You can have them.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't mess with that stuff.
No, I had.
So I got you weed. I got you weed and dinner, Jim.
Okay. On the day Challenger blew up on January 28th, 1986, I was under anesthesia for 11.
Second grade.
I was under anesthesia for 11 hours, undergoing 9.5 hours of brain surgery that I wasn't supposed to survive. And the net result, I'm totally deaf in my left ear. It doesn't. I mean, they severed my auditory nerve, and I've been around too many airplanes, so I have limited hearing on my other one. But I don't wear a hearing aid because they're just a pain in the ass. So, but I have a constant headache. On a scale of 1 to 10, I always have a 4 headache, and I have for 37 years. But if I used to take a lot of medication, and I almost died of an overdose of Tylenol and Advil. I took 3 Tylenol and 2 Advil every 4 hours around the clock for 10 years. And finally, the doctor said, we have to get you off that stuff. He said, have you tried over the counter? I said, yeah, it doesn't work, except for Tylenol and Advil. And of course, the Advil kills your kidneys and liver. So being the sweet, innocent man I was, I decided I would try some weed again.
No, that's what the VA keeps, because I have insomnia and PTSD and a bunch of crap.
Yeah, I have.
And they're like, I sleep like 3 hours a night. They're like, my VA doctor's like, hey man, just go to the dispensary. I'm like, I can't do drugs. I can't take Ambien. I can't take marijuana. I can't take anything. It makes me, I can't handle it.
Yeah. Well, I smoke weed every night to go to sleep, and I don't do it during the day. And today's kids have no idea the challenge it was in the 1960s to go find weed. And,
hey, even in the 80s and 90s, it still was. Trust me.
You drive around the block 4 or 5.
You knew a guy.
Yeah. Hey, I have a guy in Belize.
I knew guys for my friends, but it wasn't, like I said, that wasn't my game ever. I always wanted to work for the FBI. I started keeping files on my friends when I was like 13. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
No, I'm not joking. I was like, I'm going to work for the government when I was like 13 years old.
Yeah.
I was wearing khaki pants.
Yes. Yeah.
I got to get to bed here.
Same here.
Jim, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
I wish I had gotten earlier. But I've been working all day just sorting.
No, we'll talk. We'll definitely get in touch.
Moving all my videos and files into categories from the trip I was just on, because we're going to do a major documentary on this. So I will see you. Cool. I will pop in from time to time during the week to listen to the golden voice of Central BC, Mr. David Scott. I always comment, but I very rarely come on because I'm very rarely invited. So anyway, love you, Dave. Random guy.
It's nice to meet you, brother.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, and absolutely, I'm staying at Nellis. I can't pay the fees in Las Vegas. They're just too outrageous.
I got a townhouse in Vegas, and I'm right down the street from whatever you need. You need a ride, you need dinner. You're in town, I got you. You or Bob.
No, I got my. I got my.
Dave has my number. Yeah. I got you.
All right. I'll see you then. And there, Dave, you have sweet dreams. Random guy, you have sweet dreams too. And I'll see you guys.
Take care, Jim.
Adios.
Try not to hurt yourself. Later, brothers.
All right, bye-bye.
Geraldine Orozco on the big show tomorrow night. That was fun. Didn't expect Jim to come on. We got a little bit of a treat there. Thank you to all our super chatters. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. You should go to bed too. See you tomorrow with Geraldine.
healthy, my friend.
You too.
If you need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.